In this chapter, we are going to be building a one-page website, and this particular one is going to be built with Elementor. So Elementor is another page builder that you can use on WordPress, and we are going to build everything from scratch, and each of these sections would have their menus. And if there's anything you missed or we missed in last section or last project, we'll be able to cover it. And also, we're also going to do everything from scratch, installing all the necessary plugin and doing all the necessary settings. So without wasting much time, let's go into it. In this chapter, we're going to be working on the dashboard and setting things up. So the first thing we have to do as usual is go to the domain name /wp admin. Then you put in the username and password. Then login. So now we are in the dashboard. So if you have anything to update, you can update it. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up some few things and make sure our site is ready for usage. So the first thing is if there's any form of installation or update, you can do it immediately. So WordPress just released this new version as we're recording this class. So, and if you at this moment don't have this, you can go through the documentation and everything. So, and this is majorly for Gutenberg. So our previous project before now made use of Gutenberg, and they are coming in with lots of feature. So the next thing that we are going to do is going back to the dashboard, and we're going to cancel things like this. We're going to come here and turn off things. I usually keep site health, but you can turn off the rest. So now we don't really have anything to set up in post, media, page, comments, appearance, plugin, not yet. So we're going to go to settings itself. So the site name is still correct. EV meaning electric vehicle truck, right? So then the tagline, we're going to go to the Figma design because we're using a design from Figma. So we are going to pick this because this is more like the name. Then we're going to replace this. Then the site icon, we're also going to replace this. So we're going to export this. I'm going to increase it a little bit, right? Because it is 512 by 512. Let's see. On her right hand side, I'm watching this. Okay, perfect. So 512 by 512. I'll export as PNG. This is also how you can also export from the Figma file. So don't worry, the files for what you would use to design the website will be available. So I'm going to upload it. So there are other files that I've already extracted, and I'm going to upload them as well. So this is the most important one for now. Okay, so where do you find this guy? You find him here. So that's when I'm done saving. So SSL, that's HTTPS, correct. You can only change your email, and a login will be sent to the email, to the new email, in order for you to change your password. So that's why, as much as possible, try not to let anyone have access to your WordPress accounts. Yeah. So you can change your date format and everything that appears on your site if you want to. Then when your day starts, and you click on save. Okay, so when that is done, you can see your logo here and it's here. Then we come down to writing settings. I don't think there's anything for us to do here for now. Reading settings, same here. It's a landing page, so we're not having anything that has to do with blog. Then for comment, yes, user must be registered. Automatically close comments on post older than 14 days. No, comments will still be open if there is any need for comments. Uh, Comments must be manually approved. Yes. Then if there's any bad words or anything that you don't want, content moderations and everything, then avatar, you will have to install Gravitar logo in order to have an avatar for your platform. So we're just going to click save. The next thing is media. Looking at these, nothing for now needs to be touched. And permalink is very important, but of recent, I think WordPress have been setting this to post name, because if it's in plain, you remove from plain and put it in post name. But of recent, they've been doing this, so I don't think you have to do that. But always check, don't assume. Then privacy policy, this can be changed over time. So this is like if you have a privacy policy page, you can select it and this is the process. Anytime someone wants to read your privacy guidelines or anything, they will be able to see it here. Like they'll see it on the site, but this is where you choose. So anywhere in the site that needs a privacy policy, it's going to automatically use this page by default, except you want to change it manually. In this chapter, we are going to be working on the appearance and theme settings. So the first thing that we have to do is we'll go to appearance. And this time around, we are going to use Elementor's theme itself, since we are not building with any other plugin. Once we do it, everything is going to be Elementor. So we're going to go to add new theme. You can go here or go to the top here. So when you open here, you can upload a new theme, but when you are on this page, you can add a new theme here. You can add a new theme, but once you click on add new, it comes here. So we're going to choose Elementor theme itself, install, activate. So once we activate it, we're going to delete the rest as usual. So we're going to leave it here. So you can come down to patterns. If there's any patterns on your site, then it has its own customizer, but nothing too elaborate, because the Elementor theme seriously depends on the Elementor plugin itself and the Elementor Pro. So yeah, so site identity, we've already done this in the beginning, so we will not need to work on this. The only thing that we need to bring in is the logo. So we're going to export the logo from the design. Then we're going to add it here. So usually you can have your logo in two formats. That's one in white and one in black, just in case, and also one in green. That's the official color. Then let's export this. Okay, we have to change the name a little bit. Just in case we would use it anywhere in the design. So for now, we are going to select, I think we're going to select the white one, because I think on our design we're having a black background. Check everything. We've already uploaded all these. Then click on publish. So it may not show because this is a white background. Then for the menus, we would create the menus. Call this main menu. And this will be located in the header. And we're going to create pages. For now, the home page is going to be the main page. So the other ones are going to be custom. So we're just going to create custom links, one for products. The other one for feature. And the reason why I'm putting hash here, if you watch our previous project, is because if you don't put hash, it won't allow you to save, right? So let me show you. If you click this and click on, it doesn't allow you to go through because it needs a link there. So we're just only going to put hash to, tell it to chill first. Yeah. So then click on add. Then for the last one, contacts. Okay, so this is what we have here. So we just click on publish. So this one will just be doing its thing here. We don't have any business with it for now, right? So nothing else here. We're just going to click on cancel. So the menu also can be created from the menu icon, right? So if you click on the menu, if you notice, we already have our main menu. Take for example, now we want to create a footer menu. How do we go about that? So since we are going to create it from here. So first we are going to click on create a new menu, and we're going to call this footer, main footer. Then we're going to select this. You can still do the same thing from the customizer, right? So I do prefer from the customizer. Then you're going to create it. Then this is where you click on save. And when you save, make sure you are on your footer, because this is where you switch to change whatever you want to change. Then I think, okay, there should be privacy policy, right? So I'm coming, let me go to my page to activate privacy policy. I'm going to move it from it being in draft to published. good. Then I'm going to refresh here. So once I refresh here, I'm going to check this add to menu. So this is where it's going to come here. So but from here, there's some other things you can do, other settings needed for advanced building. But since we are using our landing page, we don't need more than this for now. So we click on save menu. So if you come down to theme settings, there are other things that you may want to do, but you don't need to do them for now, right? They are not that needed. So yeah, so all you have to do for appearance and setting is this for now. As we go in building the landing page, we'll touch other settings. Yeah. In this chapter, we are going to be talking about plugins and what are the plugins that we would require in order to build this landing page. So first, we are going to open plugins. So obviously, the first plugin we are going to install is going to be Elementor plugin. So let's go for it. And always go to, I think, popular, right? Yeah. So when you go to popular, you would find this. So when you click on install, then activate. So you click on this too. This is for SEO purposes. You can activate it, but we're not setting this up yet. And we don't have anything to do with WooCommerce. So you can choose to go with all-in-one WP for your backup, and I usually recommend having more than one point of entry into backup. So you can back up from here, and you can also back up from your hosting company. Like Hostinger has a backup system, and the good thing with them is that they can keep that thing for a year, but I don't know if they keep it more than a year, right? So yes, and they have different kind of backup system: weekly, monthly, daily. So if your hosting company backs up and you pay for it, well, you can have, like I said, more than one entry to backup. So install, then activate. I would have said this, but these guys now are not doing free, they are paid straight up. So if you are doing anything Google Analytics, Google Console, everything, this is the plugin that you are going to use. But currently we are not connecting anything Google related. Yeah, but there will be a video that shows this because we are not going to put the site live yet. So the next thing is this time around, Elementor comes with a coming soon plugin page, so it's inbuilt, so we are not going to need to download or install anything. So this guy was a go-to for Elementor that year, but we don't need it. It's in the pro version. So if you are looking for an alternative, a free alternative, this guy, Elementor header and footer. So Elementor by default doesn't have header and footer plugin. That's a free plan. But with this, you can get to do that. Then with essential add-ons too, you can have the ability to have extra settings, right? So you can install it. We're going to install it for installing it, but you don't really need it, right? Except you need more features. So we're going to activate. Then let's check for a few more. This is the more reason. I don't know why it went there, but that's more reason I try not to activate it. Sorry. Oh, yeah, popular. Sorry. So there are other things. This guy too will need it. WPS hide login. We're not activating it yet. Um. Okay. Okay. Phone for now, this is the most important ones for us to install. And security, yes, this. Okay. So for now, this is the most important plugins. Then if there's any need for any plugin during the process, we would also do it. In this chapter, we are going to be setting up Elementor. So the first thing is we are going to upload Elementor Pro because we're going to use it. So, and how you may ask this question, okay, how do I get Elementor Pro? Well, you would go to their website, that's elementor.com. So in order to get it, so Elementor offers several packages of things like from hosting. So if you don't want to host with Hostinger, you can host with them because normally in the past, why people stopped or didn't want to use Elementor is because Elementor was buggy and slows down site. That's why Cadence came out and people started using Cadence because it was using WordPress Gutenberg. So Elementor now thought of an idea of having their own hosting company so that they can control the speed because hosting companies play a big role in your site speed, right? So if you want, you can host with them if your site is going to be primarily Elementor. Then you can come to their pricing and see their hosting pricing, page builder pricing, and static. But what we are going to be going after is their page builder. So now they have several plans, and this plan I think just went a little bit up from the last time I saw it, right? So if you are starting out, you can start with this, and this comes with some certain things, right? Some pro plugins, theme builder, library, custom font. But why I would say you should try going for this is, especially if you are building an e-commerce website. If you're just building a normal website, you can go for this. But if you're building an e-commerce site or something, you can go for this. This wouldn't hurt you in your business because that's your business package, because it has some certain things like pop-up builder, forms, and some other things that you are not going to have here. So I prefer you go. But if the person is starting out, you can just go for this. So, and this thing, the clients, if you are the one building for your business, if it's that you are building a professional website, you can go for this. But if it's that you are building for a client, you can put this in the client's bill. You don't have to pay for it, or you should not even pay for it, right? So this is the one I purchased. So all you have to do is click on purchase, and it's not that difficult. You put in, you first of all create an account. I did create an account. So you create an account so that the if you see it, I'm signed in and everything. So you create an account, and the way you pay is through a dollar card, right? So you can pay through a dollar card. So, and that's all. When you don't pay, you would have access to download. Let me log into my dashboard so you be able to see how it looks like. Okay, so this is how my dashboard looks like. I can download um, the Elementor Pro. I can do other things. You have your subscription, team, and the rest. So whatever you have, you can have, and they have lots of materials in order for you to, learn more. We get, because there's some things that we might miss and some things that we might still touch, and we'll try as much as possible to touch everything. But there are certain things that they would also help you with in case you're having issues like inbuilt technical issues. They will be able to take care of it for you fast, right? So once you are done with that, first we're going to hide this. We don't need this, so you already know how to go about that. We are going to remove this, remove this, remove this, and our dashboard is a little bit clean. Then the next thing is we are going to go to plugins. Then we are going to upload. This time around, we are not installing. We are going to upload. We're going to be able to add new plugin. Then we're going to upload the plugin. So this is the Elementor Pro. I'm going to open it. Or let me download the latest. I believe they had an update. So let me download the latest. So I'm going to choose file again. You could see this was 3.2. This is 3.2. So they've updated some certain things. But you don't need to download. You can automatically update it once you install the plugin. It has a function to update. So you wait for it to install. Then you click on activate plugin. For now, we will deactivate it. Sorry about that. We'll deactivate it because I want to fully build it first without using Elementor Pro before we go to Elementor Pro, right? So, essential add-ons, where did I find this? So, if you come to Elementor itself, when you install Elementor, it comes with two things: Elementor itself and you have Elementor template, right? So first thing is you are going to, this box allows you, if you check this box, saying checking this box will disable Elementor's default color and make Elementor inherit the colors from your theme. So we're going to leave this for now. We're going to check them up later. So you don't need this for now. Every of this other stuff, you don't need to change anything. So this is where you have features. So Elementor have different features, like grid is still in beta, right? You can choose to activate it or inactive, but we're not going to use it, but because it's still in beta, or it's also a cool feature, right? So landing page still in beta and some other things. So stable features are like improve asset loading and so many other stuff. Flexbox is what we're going to use. So because of, remember when I said they had issues with loading and everything, so they introduced Flexbox. So it's a little bit, you know, it's almost like roads in Cadence block like we did in the last project, and you'd see how to go about that and the rest. So everything is active, and if you want to you can click on this, but for now it's not needed. So the next thing is role management. You may not want to do anything here for now because most of these things are pro. Then element manager. So here too, if you don't want some certain things to not show when you are building, you can turn them off, and some other things to show on the WordPress site. So you can turn off so many functionalities from the site, but we are not turning off anything for now, so you can leave that. Now tools. So this is where if you want to regenerate your files and some other things, then if you want to sync with your Elementor library, this is where you do it. And there's a connection button up here to connect your account. You know, when you buy a pro thing, you can connect your account, but we're not connecting it yet. So this is safe mode is disabled. So safe mode, you know, Elementor has this page editor. Sometimes it misbehaves, right? So you can go into save mode, but you don't need that for now. So so this is where, take for example, now you have an old website and you're importing to a new website. You can use this URL to change addresses and everything. But we are not going to do this because this is more like you changing one website to the other. But if you want, it will just allows you to put in the old website and put in the new website. So this is if you want to roll back. Let's say you're having issues with this particular version and you want an older version, you can pull it back to a way older version, but we don't need it. But that if a newer version has issues, you can come here to do it. And if you want to be a beta tester enabler, I don't think you should use this on a live production website. It's if you have a playground, like the way we have our playground here, you can use it. So maintenance mode, we're not going to do this yet because you don't know how to build with Elementor yet. But when we are done, we are going to come to maintenance, right? So I'm going to show you how to do a maintenance, because in our previous video before now, we did a maintenance, but we didn't use Elementor. But you need to have a knowledge of Elementor in order to do that. Then import and export. So here you can import templates. So this is also a way for you to sell things. You can build website and export the kits and sell the kits. Facts. That is a way of making money, and you can also use it for your own self, right? It doesn't have to be you selling it for someone. So this is just this particular function, and it's a very cool one. So the next one is system info. So it tells you everything about your system and the rest. I'm not going to go down, but you can go through everything and see every information of your system and even your hosting and everything. So get started is, just telling you about how to get started, and you can create a page, create your first page, or create anything that you want to create, but we're not going through here. So you can watch, and like I said, Elementor has tons of videos for you to watch at your own time if you want to. So create website Elementors Pro. So majority of things really surround Elementor Pro, right? So if you want to get help, we don't need to go that. Then this is submission. Submission has to do with forms, but we are not going to go that. Same thing with custom fonts, icons, code. Everything is pro. So everything around this is a pro feature. Then when it comes to add-ons, add-ons is like Elementor Store. So we can install this image optimizer. It's good to have an image optimizer. So if we did not, let's just go back. I'm not activating the plugin yet. So if we did not have this for Elementor, there's one other set of persons I use to optimize. So if an image is large and I need to break it down, I use these guys. Tiny PNG. So this is where I put in my file, and you can install them. If you choose to go for their paid version, you can go for their paid version. So but they have a free version as well, but it's limited. Okay, so the next important one that you should have installed, which we've already installed, is this. You can install it, and I think there is no other thing for you to install that is important for now, and you can go through everything and see which one you want to install, but only install things that are necessary so that your site wouldn't be that heavy. So next part of Elementor, when you install Elementor, is you have this template where you can create new templates. And when you create a new, when you click on new, you have options to create container, landing page, pages, section, and these are different things in Elementor, right? But if you install the Pro, trust me, there's a long list of this. I'll show you once we are in the Pro version. So theme builder, it enables you to work on your theme. So you have your header, your footer, and every other page in your distance. So this is pro feature. So landing pages too, if you want to work on landing page, you can click on it. Then kit library, so this is where all your kit library you can import, you can export, and like if you build a particular landing page or a site with Elementor, you can come here to import it, like import your theme, and you can use it from one website to another. That's one thing I love about Elementor. It's actually very versatile and very useful. So the next thing is pop-up. This is paid, add new categories. So these are categories of things. So you can create a category and categorize your stuff. But for now, we are not doing that. Yeah, so this is for Elementor, and this is what they have. There are other things that will be done, but that is going to be in the builder itself. So talking about Elementor essential add-ons, so what you just need to do is you don't need to stress yourself too much. This is almost just like Elementor, but in a way, yeah, and they are supporting it. I think maybe they have one or two connections together. I don't know much about that. So all you have to do is click on enable all. So if you could see, they have some other exciting features that Elementor may not have, right? So you can, and some of them are pro. You just leave them. You don't need them, but if you need them, you can either subscribe that. If they are not in the Elementor Pro, you can come here and subscribe to it and make use of it. So they have their own extensions and everything. If there's anything that you need that you need to enable, you enable tools. You don't need this integrations. They have their own integration, almost the same thing with Elementor integration. And you can go premium, right? And you can check their price plan and everything if you want to choose to go with this. So if you are using Gutenberg, you can install this, but we are not. And with Gutenberg, this comes with a lot of stuff to yeah, but we're not installing that. Just cancel for now. Cancel. Yeah. In this chapter, we're going to be building the landing page. So this is our first step to building everything. And in building a landing page, this is what we are going to be doing. We're going to be building this landing page. Everything you are seeing here, bit by bit, you're going to build this. And isn't this a lovely site? So sit tight and enjoy the process. So the first thing we need to do is, since it's a one-page website, we are going to create a page which we've already created when we're creating the menu. So if you come down to page, and you see home page here, so you can choose to there are functionalities that have been added to this because of the plugins we've installed. You can quickly duplicate a page. Like once you have a page that you've done before, you can duplicate it, and you can also quick edit to see other things that we want to do. Then you have all these SEO scores and readability score and everything. So these are coming from the plugins we just installed. Yeah. So the first thing we need to do in order to build our page is click on edit. Click on next. Yes, that's it. So if you want to build with Gutenberg, you don't need to do anything or touch anything. But once you want to convert a page to an Elementor, basically you click on edit to Elementor, and once you've done this, if you convert it back, you have issues, right? So the first thing we need to do is click on edit with Elementor. So we don't have to do or touch any settings here. So it is going to come up with few things. You can just click on continue. You can read it. So they're just like telling you about their AI, and you can click on continue. Then you click on got it. So now this is Elementor's builder, more like Gutenberg, but a little bit, clean, I would say, and looked more modern. So now you have to, on your left hand side, this is going to be our workspace, and we are going to have this guy. You can choose to have this guy around. So it's called navigator. So this is where you turn it on and turn it off. So for now, let's turn it off so you could see everything. So this is your header, this is your footer, and this can be edited here because this is just not here. It's in your theme. So this is coming with the theme, right? So the next thing you would do, the next thing is on your left hand side. This is where we have all the widgets. Like I explained last time, if you have built, like take for example, you want to build a house and you need various tools like blocks, cement, and other things. So these are the building blocks. Elementor call them widgets. Gutenberg calls it blocks, right? So you have your layout, like this is your foundation, your map, and the other things. So this is what I was trying to let you guys understand. Let me close all this. So with Elementor Pro, you have tons of other features. So for the basic, this is what we have, like header, image, and with the icons, you can see what these things are and giving you a fair sense of what to do with them. So even if as a newbie, if I don't use them or show you, you can come with the first sense. If this is an image, I can easily drag and drop. And yes, this is a drag and drop builder, so you can drag and drop at any place in the site depending on what you want to build, right? So if you go to the Pro has other things like post, menu. So if you don't have the Pro, just forget it. You can't build a header or footer except you download that header and footer plugin I told you about, and I'm not sure it will give you these functionalities, right? So you have other functionalities like animated headlines, price, and so many other things that you can calm down and go through yourself, like lots of stuff. Then on the general, it has its own, testimonial, some other things that can be used that are very, very important. Then the reason why we click installed essential add-ons is you have advanced accordion. It just gives names to advanced, and it too has its own paid stuff. So we may not use this. That's why I said sometimes you might just close it, right? But there are some things you can play around and test and see. And when I say play around, let's say I'm a newbie, right? I can just come here and drop this and like, okay, what does this do? I don't need to do anything. And the way you see it, like oh, so this is what it does, right? And you can simply cancel it, right? Even if you're not using it, and you can play around the settings. Once you know the basics of it, you can drop any of these things and play around with them. So now we're going to close this so it's going to be easy for it. So if you're building a single site, I think they have a way of doing things. So you can have it's still feeding from the Pro and the basic. And if you're building, it has a full site, progress tracker, and the rest. So all these ones are Elementor Pro. So the Pro just has more features. So there is the global widget. So if you want more functionalities from this, once we install the Pro, you could see what this entails. So now, what are all these at the bottom? So here is like I said, workspace. Then if you want to say, for example, you are lost in so many places and you want to go back to the widget, so all you just have to do is click on the widgets and you come back to it anytime, any day, because there's sometimes you may be lost in so many of these places and you can just come back here to the widgets. So for easy access, favorite widgets, you can use most of them. Click to add to favorite. Okay, yeah, got it. So yep. Okay, so the next one, I've already explained this navigator. Navigator actually means whatever you have here. Let's see, let me stack this. I have this. Then let's say I have this. If I come to my navigator, I can see everything. This is a container and see everything under this container. I can right click and do anything I want to do, edit it, duplicate it, add new container, copy, paste from other sites, and so many other many things that you can do. And you can also generate variations with AI. So how nice is that? So we're going to delete it because we don't need it, and we're going to turn it off for now. So then history, take for example, now you've made some mistakes and some other things, you can always go back to your older version of things. So and revision 2, you can also see this here. So that is that on that. And here is more like response mode. So when you are building, If you want to see how your site looks like in desktop, you want to see how it looks like in tablet, you want to see how it looks like in mobile, and you can zoom in and you can zoom out, and you can refresh if you want, and you can change the settings here if you want. And if you want to see a full page, just click this button here and you can see your full page here. Isn't that lovely? And you can manage breaking points. Breaking points simply means at what stage, when you are shrinking your site, if you've designed, at what stage will it break to mobile or will it break to tablet? Yeah, you can set this, but by default it does the job, right? So you can cancel it if you don't need it. Then this guy is preview changes. What I love Elementor is whenever you are designing or doing anything, whatever you do, whatever changes you make, it would automatically show here. Let me show you what I mean. So if we cancel this, and if you click on, okay, yeah, let me just bring in a few things here. Go back to your widgets. Let me add this gallery, and let me click on updates. So automatically you see that it loads itself and adds, and you see what you have here without stress. So we're going to delete it. Yeah, we have that. So now, what's here? You have your, okay, before we go here, let me just deal with this last one here. So this is your page settings. You know, in Gutenberg we had page settings, which was on also somewhere around here. So this is your page settings. You can, this is title, home, then it's publish. You can publish on private, and the same thing that you could do. Then you can hide title, and most of the times you definitely would hide your title, except you need your title to be on. And different page layout. So Elementor, so one thing I love with Elementor, there's what we call Elementor canvas, where you can design everything just like a paint canvas. You don't have anything in it, and you can design what you want. No header, no footer, design everything you want, right? So, and there's a full width, almost the same thing. Let me change them to show you what it means. So Elementor canvas, this Elementor canvas, you could see that it cleared the header and the footer, and this is like clean, like you are starting with Photoshop and you are going to design everything, or Figma and design everything from scratch. So if you come to your settings, you can still do full width, like it's going to be a full width page, so not necessarily hiding anything. Or you can have that, but I rarely use this. And if you have a theme, take for example, now we're using Cadence with Elementor. Yes, you can use another theme with Elementor Builder. You can choose to have this. Yeah, so why I'm going through all this is you need to know this before starting to build. So once you have an idea about this, it's not going to be hard. So you have theme, and you can select it. But for now, we're going to choose this because this is going to be what we're going to be working with for now, right? So then you are going to come to style. You can style it, the body, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, you can style it if you want. And we have advanced CS or GS, just JavaScript if you're trying to know. And you have CSS. So all these ones are with Pro. And you have reading progress. I think reading progress is mostly for blog. Like if you could see it, like, okay, how many minutes have you gone, and so many other things. But we are not doing that for this, so please turn it off. Okay, so table of contents to, I don't know why this thing always keep acting as they should work on that. It doesn't have to always go back. So table of contents, all these ones are coming from these are not even coming from Elementor. These are coming from that add-on we put in. That's essential plugin stuff. That's why if you see the EA essential add-ons, so that's what brought this in. So if we uninstall it, you won't see this at all, and it brought this too as well. So if by Elementor by default it's only these three, right? So that is on page settings. You have your general and you have your style and this, but we're not doing so much on that. So the next thing is site settings. So First thing is you can view page, you can exit, you can go to your add-ons. So if you click on it's saving. Yeah. So you can click on add-ons and you can go to the Elementor add-on page and activate whatever you want to activate. Then you have site setting, theme builder. You know, we went to theme builder when we were building that stuff, and we let me show you incoming. Let me go back and cancel this a little bit. Okay, so how to go back there. Then theme builder, like I said. So theme builder, this guy here, where you can build all your pages from scratch, right? So that is pro. Then we have the theme builder. We're going to come to that. So user preference, so UI auto, you want dark mode. Sometimes I prefer dark mode, like having this guy in dark mode. Yeah, it's always sweet. So you can have some hide elements, exit this to post or post. So what it means is that when you click on exit, let me show you. Okay, let me just update. So when you want to exit, like if you come here and you come to sorry, you come back to this guy here, and when you click on exit, it actually brings it. So exit to post is more like, let me apply, cancel, let me save, then let me exit. So when it exits, it exits to post. But the second option is exit to add new. That's all pages. This is where it's going to exit. But I actually prefer exit to post depending on what you want to do. So we're going to come back then continue to edit with Elementor. Yeah, I know that you would want to start building, but we need to know all this before we get started. Yeah. So the next thing is this is yeast SEO. We've already, this one is when we are done with the site, we'll come back to this. Then we've done add-ons, and this is a pro version. Then find out if you are looking for things. Then this is more like what's new in their system, so you can check and view their stories and everything about informations and everything. So view page is almost the same thing as this. Go into the page itself, but there's nothing here. This is the canvas, there's nothing, blank. So instead of using that, you can always use this so you can see what we are doing real time. So now the next thing is site settings. So in your site settings, we have different kinds of stuff, right? From your global color to global font, typography, buttons, image, form fields, header, footer. But there are some things that still tied to pro, right? So the first thing is global colors. So in the global color, we're going to be picking the color from our design, and this is preview. So if you turn this off, you're not going to see anything here. But I like this because you can actually from here change your colors and the rest, so it's more dynamic in that way. So first thing, our primary color is the green. This green here is our primary color. You can tap on it here to change, or you can just tap on it here to change, then you give it the green. The next is our dark color. So we're not using that much of a pure black. If you want to really get the color, I think one of the fonts is making use of it. You can see it and you can get it also. Okay, the next is there is also a secondary. This for text. This is primary, secondary. Then the text still uses this, so we're going to use this for our text. Then there is an accent color. Let's say more like a subtle color of the green, and yes, there's a subtle color for the green in our design. So if you tap on this button, there is a stroke in the button. If you take a closer look at it, so that should be our accents. Then you can have an additional color. Take for example now pure white. We need pure white. Then you can rename it to white. So when we are done with that, the next thing is you can click here and it will automatically take you to primary fonts, but I don't want to go through this so you don't get confused. So the first thing, we click on update so we don't forget our settings. Then we go back, then go to global fonts. Then this is where we change our primary text and the rest. So, and we are all using sans serif. You can add new style if you want. But the first primary fonts that we're using is we're going to check our site. So you can tap here or you can tap this. So this is when we are now entering the Elementor settings gradually. So this is easy because we actually used Roboto here, so it's not going to be hard for you to set up. So first, when you click on this button, we have where you can pick up different themes, and you can pick up the size, but we're not touching size here. So you have the settings, everything. You don't need to touch everything. The space, if you want to do the spacing, this is where you do it. Then we have the secondary. It choose Roboto slab, but no, we want to just keep everything actually because everything is Roboto. Text, same thing, Roboto. Accent text, Roboto. So this is all we have for this. So next thing we're going to, oh sorry, me myself I forgot to save. So don't always forget to save. Then the next thing is typography. So the theme style is more like the sizes that would go around the whole thing. So, and this is coming from the theme. So you can click on this. So if you go to typography, the first thing you would see is this. So this is a little bit, it's a little bit clustered and not well segregated. So now they are saying in order for the theme style to affect all relevant elements, because this is the theme settings and this theme is coming from the Elementor theme, right? So we already have a setting from here, that's design system, that's the global colors and everything. So but we can still play around with this, right? So the body color, we are going to come here and set some certain things. So the body color is text, obviously is going to be this. Then typography, it asks you to choose between primary and the rest, but I wouldn't go to that, so I would just leave it at default, right? And the only thing I would want to change is the size. So the size is going to be 14, right? So I would have chosen this global color, but global settings for the fonts, but for here I just want to just choose this here. Then when we come to link, we can set links here, but we'll just leave it by default because we're not having anything to do with link hovers. So this is H1 settings. H1 settings text by default is going to be black. All our text by default is going to be black. Then we're not going to touch that. We're going to just come here, and the weight, we're not going to touch it. So this is H1. So our H1, we can give it 38. I'm only just touching the size is 38. So we're not changing anything in this one. Then we can give our H2 so we can give here 34. This can vary for you. You don't need to you know do what I'm doing here, but for the design, yes, you can actually copy my own style settings. So you can have 24 here, H5 you can have 20 here, and H6 you can have 18 here. So you can always come here to amend or adjust this if you want. So we click on update. So these settings, let me show you. If I right click, this is where they are talking about. So if we checking this box will disable Elementor's default colors and make Elementor inherit colors of your theme. So whatever theme we install, right? So but we want to use Elementor's default color, right? The checking this box would also disable Elementor's default fonts and make Elementor inherit the fonts from your theme, right? So we don't need to do this. So the next thing is we just set it up just for setting up sake. Buttons too. So the buttons, we are going to, I think let me change this thing to black and white because I feel I'm feeling let me cancel. You have to cancel. I'm feeling that so user preference. I think let's go with the white, right? Let's go with the white because I think it has, you can clearly see the demarcations. So let's go back to site settings. So we have buttons. Don't worry, with time you'll be lost in, like you're in a maze, you'll be lost in and finding yourself. So we have typography, right? This way you can work on your settings. So you can make this, you have the border, radius, and everything you want to set. Well, I think the only thing I may want to just set is the color, right? So for now, I'll just set the color. That's when it's active. This is normal, active, and hover. You know the hover and active thingy. Or when we are building it, you will get to understand. Then we have the primary, or you can just choose the primary text. Then when it's in hover, it's going to be dark, and we are going to have white, right? So you update. Once we bring in the button, if there's any need to make adjustment to this, we'll make adjustment to this. So this image, you don't really need to do anything here. Then form fields. When we have forms, this would affect form fields. Then this is if we had a header and everything. So this is coming from the theme itself, right? And with Pro we have more functionality. So yeah. So the next thing is site identity. We've already done this. So image optimizer, it's telling me to work on image optimizer. We've installed it, but we've not activated it. So we've already done this in settings, even in our settings in the site. So background, you don't need to touch anything. The layout too, just leave it the way it is here. So same thing, this is another place to change the theme and everything. So the page layout, we're using it from the theme. We can choose it from Elementor canvas, but just leave everything the way it is here. You don't need to change anything from here. Page transition, I don't think you need to turn it on, but it's even a pro feature, but I don't think that thing is necessary. Then you have additional settings that if you want to, do from here, and you have your CSS. So the next thing we are going to do is now starting to build the page. Now we're about to start what you all like, building the landing page. So the first thing is we're going to be playing around with containers and some other basic widgets. So I mean, we'll not use grid because grid is still in development and they might be changing so many things. So we would use container, and if later on grid is something that is now very stable, we would add it to the class. So the first thing is, if we want to build, like if you look at your Figma file, let's zoom out. We are building this section. Remember, here is the header, so we are going to ignore the header for now, and we are having this. Let me take this away a little bit, it's distracting. Yeah, so we have this. Okay, so I want to put it at a particular percent where we could see everything. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to work on this side. So as you can see, this look more like one full container, then having elements that are stacked below, then this as well. So let's work on it and see if that's true. So containers are quite tricky, but since we were working with rows in Cadence, and that's Gutenberg block builders, we might be familiar with this, right? So that's why I started with that project first, because I know this may be a little bit technical, right? So the first thing is we're going to bring in our container. So you can bring in the container directly, but what I prefer to do first is add a new container. So it's going to ask you flexbox. It's actually called flexbox, right? So the flexbox has different direction down, direction right, rows. So I prefer the rows, right? So this is row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, and several rows, but we are going to use this one. So now when we click on this, the same thing with Gutenberg, it has 3 sections. Why? It has 3 sections. So section 1 is layout, section 2 is style, and section 3 is advanced. So it's almost the same thing, not too different. And the layout has other things at the bottom, like motion effect. That's what I like about Elementor. So there is motion even without a paid thing. Then you have responsive and the rest. So we're going to get to understand this gradually. So sometimes I'll just tell you close the box and breathe in because it's sometimes overwhelming, but gradually we'll get to solve this. So the first thing is, this is a flex box already. We have already chosen the kind of container that it is. Then this is a boxed stuff, and it's not full width. Boxed stuff is stuff that are not full width. Okay, I've not added something there. If you check here, it stopped halfway. It is not covering the full page. You get me? So it is more like boxed. So I leave it boxed because we're not doing a full width page, and based on what we have on our Figma, it's not a full width. It's boxed. You get? So we're going to leave that. Then width is the dimension of how far the box can go. We're going to be playing around this with this a lot. Then we have minimum height. That's the minimum height of the full entire box page, right? Sometimes we use it, sometimes we won't use it. Then the direction. Well, we play with this, right? I will show you how this is going to be going, and you get to understand it much better. Then we have justification, how much you can justify it, and the rest. So you have gaps, the gaps in between the rows and the columns, so you can change this. And so some settings you can change it here, while some settings you can change it in the particular widget or blocks. If you, I'll just be using both, so it's going to be easy with you. But for Elementor is called widget, so a particular widget, each of them still has the settings, so you can make the settings override the block. So let's start, right? So the first thing that we have here is the background. So we're going to bring in the background. So how do you bring in the background? We select this guy here. So remember our navigate tab, it's still here, but sometimes I usually remove it because it's distracting. So I have it here. Then the background, I'll just come to style and I'll come to classic here. So you have classic, you have gradients. If I have a gradient, I would be able to put in a gradient. So if I have this color, you could see the whole shenanigans and the rest, but nope, we are not doing that today. Yeah. Okay, so on that we are going to go to classic. So classic, we are not using. So if you use the color before, say for example now you use this color, you can just go backward and the color goes back to default. So this is the color that we are going to, we're not going to use the color, sorry, we're going to use an image. So I'm going to bring in our image. Okay, yeah, remember I uploaded them, so I'm going to use this. So now I'm going to do a sync. Let me just activate this so that this guy will not be disturbing me anymore. Okay, so as it has activated, it will leave me alone. So yeah, so now few things that we need to change. So right, and this won't test like element. So right, you can have different settings for your image, but just leave it that. Position, we need to be center, like in the center, choosing it in the center. And attachment, fixed. This, you will see what this does, right? Well, we are using defaults, nothing to touch here. Defaults. Then style, we are going to use cover, like it is going to cover the whole thing. So apart from this, I don't think we have anything to touch anymore. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go back to layout, and in layout we can simply drag and expand this, and but this is our hero section and we want it to fit into any screen that we want to do. Normally we will just give it a style or give it padding and everything, but we'll just come here and we're going to use this and we're going to do 100%. So whatever screen that you are on, it's going to suit it. So if your screen is big, small, it takes it with you. All right, so this is what we have here. So the next thing is we're going to bring in our elements, right? And our elements, every of our element direction on this roll is going to go down. So if you do it like this, it's going to be like everything is going to be going on this side. That's on the roll, on the column, down, roll this side, column, reverse, like everything is going to be going from down to up. But this is what we're going to be using, so don't worry, don't get out. We're going to be going on with it gradually. So the first thing I'm going to bring in is this guy. So this guy, I can actually export it like this, but what's the fun in exporting it as a picture, right? Let's create something. I looked at it and I'm like, okay, this could be a progress bar, meaning it can have that automation of just coming here. So let's do it. So if you don't know what a progress bar is how far something can go. Let me show you. So the next thing is to bring in the progress bar. So we're going to search for progress bar. So this is the progress bar. It's not part of the essentials and Elementor feature. So this is the progress bar. As you can see, it's actually lovely, but we're going to make some tweak to it. So like I said, everything the same way Gutenberg was the same way. So for every widget, we can change the settings. So this is the container settings. If I tap on this, it goes to the edit progress bar. And if I come back here, this is all my widgets. So we will be getting used to that. So I'm going to tap on the progress bar. And on the progress bar, I'm going to clear this because I don't need it. Right? I'm going to clear that. I'm going to clear this too. I don't need it. And the 50%, we are going to clear it, but let me see if I put 0. Okay, no, we're not going to clear the 50%. The 50% will be there, but what we're going to do is that we're going to change the color of the 50%. So now, what we're going to do again is we are going to come down to style, and first progress bar color. We're going to, I think that background was white, but a transparent white. So the background is white, but we're going to reduce the opacity of the white. Okay, I think this is fair enough. This area is fair enough. I want to see if it's giving me percentage. Yes, because I'm looking for percentage. So here, so I'll be very accurate with what I'm doing. You can change it. This is RGB. So let's give it 20. So it's 20%. Yeah, so we have that, and the main body we are going to make it white, pure white, global. Yeah, so the next thing is we are going to adjust the height. So normally we can make it very tiny, but I think let's keep it at this, and border radius, just make it 100. Border radius, we remember radius, the sides in between the corners, right? So the next thing is we are going to work on we're going to work on this 50%, because this 50% is there, but it's going to be, you may not see it, but we would work on the 50%. So the next thing is the color of the text, right? We would make it white, whether we are seeing it or not. We're going to make it white. Typography, we don't need it. We don't need it. Title, title style, just make it white. Right? That's the title. That's the title that was on top of this place, but we just make everything is out, but we don't need it. So we are going to click on update. So now the next thing that we are going to do is, if you notice, the distance between this is too long, right? If you look at our design, it's too long and it's somewhere here. So what are we going to do? So if you watch our previous video, we talked about margins and padding. So margin is more like the space outside a particular element or a particular block, right? So I used the stretchy in Mr. Incredible. So if you are wondering what Mr. Incredible is, so if this is the only video you are watching, okay, so this is stretchy, and you know she stretches, right? So how I use this as an analogy is, for example, now if you are using padding, say let me turn this off, and I use padding, and I said okay, top padding. If I give a padding at the top, it stretches and it's still like part of this element, but it spreads across. So what of margin? Margin is more like, I don't know if you've watched Stranger Things 11. So what she does is she's sitting down, she can push things far away from her. So let's use that. as an example. So now with margin, if I say top margin, if I increase it, right? Okay, let me don't use this to explain it. Let me put this at 0, and if I click on top margin, you may not see the difference per se. Let me take everything back. Don't worry. Let me use. Okay, so let me use this. Uh, let me use this section as an example. So now, if I come here and I use padding here, you could see it's giving a padding, right? Whatever element is inside this box will be padding on the left hand side, right hand side, and the rest. So if I do this as a margin, you could see what it did. So sorry, it's because of it's aligned together. So let me even do that self. If I do this padding, you could see the padding is, from the top, side, bottom. You may not be seeing it, but there are paddings, right? So but if margin works outside the box, from the top, if I zoom out, you could see it. So if I say, okay, bottom margin or left margin or something, you can see it. So it gives space outside the box or outside the item, but padding is inside the item. So don't worry, we'll be using it time to time, and you get to understand it much better. So just take this back to their normal state. So now we're going to add padding to this, and we're going to click on this, pen icon. Yeah. So and when you click on the pen icon, you are going to remove the link because we don't want it to link together. So now this particular place, we're going to give it right. We're going to give it, it's moving, right? So let me show you that it's moving. So it was somewhere around here. It's now somewhere around here. So let's give it something like around 800. So I think this is fair enough. Let's work with 800 first. If we bring in the text and every other thing, we'll know if that 800 is fair enough. So we're going to give it a top padding, so it's going to be somewhere around here, right? So we have this. So if we look at our picture, we are close. So it's somewhere around this roof of the car. But I think this is fair for now. And let's see if this is the same thing on our website. Okay, that 50% guy is still there. What we're going to do with that 50% is we're going to come to, because it might be showing, so we're going to come to typography, and we're going to reduce the opacity of the 50%, so it's not going to show. So if I click on save and I click on refresh, you see it's not there, and it gives it this smooth animation. So that is much better than just putting an image that has this bar here. So now on to the next. The next thing is the text. So in the text, you can choose to, if you come to our widget, you can choose to use a header text, or you can choose to use a text editor. Or in this case, since we're not doing something so difficult, we are going to just use header text. So we're going to add the header text. We're going to drag it there, and you can have your H1, H2, H3, depending on what you want there. Then we're going to change the typography settings to white. Then when we have white here, and we're going to edit the text a little bit, the weight, we are going to put it to normal, because I think we're using a normal text, and we're going to copy the text. And we're going to apply the text So you can apply it here, but preferably I always apply it here because sometimes it just adds some codes to it. So we're going to choose a suitable text. At here it's showing 40, but trust me, we won't be able to use that 40 because currently here I think it's saying, okay, let me even put 40. 40 is way too big. So let's use something around 36. It's too big. So let's use something around 28. I think 28 is fair enough, right? Let's use 24. I think 24 is 24 looks way more balanced. So now the same thing we did to here, we're going to do it to here. So we're going to make sure here takes that the whole what do they call it, spacing, right? So we're going to click on this edit, we're going to go to advanced, we're going to go to on link padding, and we're going to write 800 here because that other one was 800, and you could see this, voila. So you can now see that there's a little bit difference between this and the one we have. So I think the next thing we need to do, let's increase it a little bit, right? See, same thing. Let's increase it a little bit, the text. So we're going to reduce it, increase it to, let's say, 26. Yeah, I think this is perfect. So this is perfect. Voila. So the next thing that we're going to do in the design is we are going to bring in this other text, the body text. So I could just duplicate this, right? But I don't want to duplicate it. I want to show you the other type, right? This is the text. So this guy, I actually like this guy because he has lots of stuff that you can do, and you can manipulate a lot of things here. You can, this is like text editor. If you remember Microsoft Word, they had lots of stuff you can do with this, like color highlighting, and don't worry, going down the road you'll see what it can do. So first of all, I'm going to bring in the text that was written. Electric adventure awaits you. So I'm going to select, and I am going to select this and paste as text, because if you don't paste, it's going to paste with codes and the rest. So yeah, let me show you an example of what I mean so that you see what I'm saying. So if I paste here, okay, sorry, because if I toggle this and let me paste it, it choose to be correct today. Well, I rest my case. But sometimes if you copy from the wrong side, it's going to paste the code exactly as a code, right? So next thing we are going to do is we are going to turn this to white. We just come to settings and white. So you see, oh, this is even the code I was talking about. So we have to remove that code. Well, let me just paste it normal so I don't have issues with anything. Yeah. Okay, toggle it back. So same thing, we're going to give this guy 800 padding. Let's see. 800 didn't really do the job on him. Well, without 800, we can actually, just do like this, and let's see if that's what we have on the design. Yeah, that's it. We have that. So we just use shift enter to take it to the other line, right? And if you're having issues with the line height, you can adjust that as well. So we can just confirm if it's at 800 still for editing sake. So now we have this, we have this, we have this. So the last thing we are bringing in is the button, the big guns. Not really the big guns, sure. So the button guy. Okay, I think we have so much space in between, so we're going to change that. at the bottom. I'm seeing so much space at the bottom. So we are going to turn on this, and let me see. Okay, since it's not going up, I want to try something first. Few seconds. Okay, let me try margin on it. Okay, let me do like this. Yeah, so that's it. Then back to the way you were before. Okay, so the next thing is there something I'm missing? No. So the next thing is this button. So to set the button, we're going to have here, I think here had more, and it had an icon. So you may ask, okay, how do I do an icon? No biggie. So just come to select icon library, and we're going to select arrow, and I think this arrow we're going to use, but this sticker, right? You can import the image to use as an image. You can use an image, or if you have an SVG, you can upload SVG. But SVG is I don't know if SVG is, yes, it's a free version, so you can upload SVG, but we're not uploading SVG. We're using more. So let's do the settings. Then on hover, so check if there's anything to do here. There's nothing to do here, so we move to style. So on style, whatever you change as your text would be the buttons text and buttons color. Sorry. So I don't know why they did it like that, but well. So the button, we need to make it a little bit more. Okay, I think this is fair enough. It's medium. It looks thick already. So the first thing we're going to do is the text color. We're going to make it black. Like I said, the button will take over the text color, and the background. Text color background classic. It's already selected to classic. You can create a gradient if you want a gradient, but we're not doing that. Then so the hover text would be black as usual, and the body is going to be white. Okay, already made it white. Okay, so the next thing is to make the borders curved. So we have buttons and we have borders, so you can make your borders different styles, but we have a solid type. So border radius, I just think 100, right? So that's what we have. So let's check our design. Okay, so we have that. So there's something I like about Elementor is that the buttons have effects. So take for example now, if we have pulse, if we click on the hover, you see what it does. It gives that pulse effect. So it has this way of you know, you like, yeah, but we're not doing that. Just in case you want to add that to your transition or your animation. So the next thing is to check if everything is okay. An icon spacing, that's the space between the icon and this. I think there was a good amount of spacing there. Yeah, we have that. And let's, this is nice. I like as it leveled with this side. That's a smooth. So now we save and we're going to view it on the website itself. This is weird, but let me check. Okay, I would have gotten scared a little bit. So yeah, we have this, and on to the next. So the next thing we're going to do is achieve this button. So what are we going to do? Right, so we are going to come here and search icon, because an icon actually. Something I'm trying to check. So I know it doesn't have that what we had in Cadence where we could just drag down, but we can drag it down here. So that's an essence of this guy. So okay, trying to check something out, but let's close it. So we're going to bring it down. So we're going to select here and we're going to go to the padding, and the top padding, we're going to bring it somewhere around here. So I think somewhere around here is perfect. Nothing to, we bring the design. Yeah, that was even perfect. So we're around there. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to select a play button. So after selecting the play button, there is something different. We had to have that background stuff. So you can have the background stuff by selecting stack. So if you say stack, it changed that a little bit. So if you click here and if you click here, you have the option to change both the background and the so the primary color, which is white. It's white, but we are going to reduce the opacity. We're going to use this to reduce the opacity to around last time we did opacity stuff, it was 20, right? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, so I think this is nice. Then the icon itself is the secondary color. We're going to choose white, so it's already white. So the size, we're going to reduce and increase it a little bit. So yeah, most icons actually do used to look like they're not let's just give it 30. Let's see. Okay, no, 35 would be fair. So if we have this, I think this is smooth. Yeah. Okay, sorry, we've not published or update. So we have that. So there's a difference between the pro and the free. So the pro, right, in your own imagination, this is supposed to be a pop-up, right? But there is no pop-up, right? So normally we are supposed to be able to click this link and take us to pop-up. But normally, if Elementor has the dynamic tag, it's not like cadence block where you can just have the option to switch here to a YouTube thingy, right? But for Elementor, you have to use dynamic tags. They have ways of making you get their pro term. So we're going to do that when we are doing pro. Right now, if you just wanted to make the link go to a YouTube page, right, you can take it. But one thing with building for customers is you don't want customers to leave here except you need them to leave. So yeah. So the next thing is we are done with this page, and let's check if there is any other thing that we've missed out. I feel there's nothing we've missed out, and we've done an excellent job of creating this hero section. So remember, the first section at the header is the hero section. So the next one is battling this guy. So this is going to be a little bit challenging, but we are pros and we can get it done. So On to the next section. So what are we going to do in this next section? The next section is we are going to add um, 4 different tiles. When I mean 4 different tiles is when you go to your flexbox, we're going to add 4, meaning 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's, if we structure it, no, I think we need to add 2. We don't need 4, right? Yes, we need to add 2. No, not 4. 4 would have been nice, but I think it's flexbox, right? We can have something at the top and we have something at the bottom. So that will be very easy. So let's go with 2 first. If 2 doesn't work, we might go with 4. There's nothing bad about that. So the first thing we need to do is position to get this and this. So, okay, let's get this done first. So to get this done, we already have this guy here. So we don't need to do so much. We just come here and we are going to duplicate and drag. So you can drag. Sometimes this dragging usually doesn't. Okay. Okay, so drag it and put here. But if it doesn't drag like that, you can use this guy. So let me take it back. Let me press. You can press Ctrl Z here, right? This is another reason why I still like Elementor. So you can press Ctrl Z, and this is our progress bar here. We can just drag our progress bar to the first container. I don't know if it went there. It did not go there. I don't know, he didn't go there, but at least it came to where we wanted to come to. So yeah, so it's inside. Okay, it's inside, not this container, inside this one. Sorry. Yeah, just found that. Yeah. Okay, so this is our progress bar. So we just have to change things slightly. So where we have white, we are going to change it to black. And where we have white here, we're still going to change it to black. Are you guys seeing what I'm saying? We're not seeing it. Okay, yeah, I know why we're not seeing it. Just to figure that out. So first, let me complete this. I think here was 20. That background was 20. 20. So, okay, it didn't reduce for... Oh, we didn't bring it down. So, 20. Then the reason why you are not seeing it is, remember we added this padding. So we are going to take that padding to 0. We're going to take this guy to 0. You get me? In fact, we are taking it to the normal stage at which it was before this stage. So nothing. So you could see that we've gotten it here. So normally, remember when I said for each section, if you watch our last video, for each section we have to give it a space between one section to another section, and the minimum we can give is 50. I think 50 will go well for this. So let's give the top and bottom padding 50. Okay, so at least there's a different spacing between the top and the bottom. So the next thing is an image, because that thing, next thing we are bringing in here, that's this, it's an image. So we're going to bring in the image in. So now this particular page is this particular okay, that's weird. I'm coming. I want to check the setting of this guy. So this particular setting, okay, everything is supposed to come down, right? Yes. Anything I bring in should come down. So why are you not coming down? Let me bring in the image again. Okay, so I have to target it very, very well. So yeah, there you go. So I have my image. I'm going to delete. Going to bring it. We've already imported it before. Then we are going to take it above this guy. So here we are, and the image is on the left hand side, and reduce the width. I think this is fair enough. We can check our design. I think that's fair enough. Let's just give it 12. Then if you can see, you'll be like, oh my god, why is there no this is not visually balanced or something, or those many things. Don't worry about it. What we are going to do is we have different settings, right? So we have we have, if you want to center it, both of them will be on the center. If you want to start, like, both of them will be at the top and there'll be a bottom. Let me show you what that means so that you could see it very well. Let me just put this as an image, right? So this image, it's giving this thing enough space for breathing space. So if I put it at the center, this is the center. If I put it at the end, this is the end. That's if this arrow is going down, right? So if I put it at in between, this is in between. This is exactly what we want. Then there is space around the top and the bottom, and there is evenly spaced here and here. Perfect. But this is what we want. We want something at the top, something at the bottom. That's simple. Same thing goes to here. If it was here, it would be evenly placed from both side to side, right? So, but we are not doing that. We are doing this. So now, on to the next. I'm going to delete this because we don't need it. I just wanted to use it to show you as an example. So how do we get this right? This is tricky. Okay, so this is where we start playing some tricks. So we have something here and we still have this here, and we can't just bring in another flexbox here. It's going to be a problem. So what we're going to do is that we're going to bring in a flexbox inside here. So we're going to bring a flexbox inside here, and we are going to make sure the flexbox doesn't have any, so it is going to just be like the main thing, no padding, nothing. So what do we do next? So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to bring in this and this. So this is, I think, the best way to achieve this, because this looks like an icon, but a dot icon. Then this looks like a text, and this looks like RT1. So I think what would go here is going to be an icon box. So an icon box would be preferable. So let's go and look for an icon box. So an icon box, we're going to bring in an icon box, and we are going to bring in a normal, let's bring in normal header, right? So you first of all align your stuff, then we're going to align it evenly. We're going to, instead of, there are two boxes, right? Let me bring in the navigation. There are two boxes here. If I come here, so now inside this container, there's a container inside. Let me show you. So now this is the mother container of everything. So now, and we have these two containers here, and inside these two containers we have this. But because of we want to achieve what we have on our design, we have to bring in an inside container to work on this. And we'll now bring in what we have as a text at the bottom. So but before we go there, let's deal with this. So now what we're going to do, we're going to hit edit, this place here. Then we are going to make it even, right? Sorry, style. Okay, layout. Then we're going to make it go this way, and we're going to make it even space between. So space between won't look like it's doing much. It won't look like it's doing much. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on edit, and we're going to change this style. So this is the button, this is the text. We're going to remove this. We don't need it. Okay, by default this is it. Sorry, just want to check something. Then the next thing we are going to do is we are default view. We're just going to leave that one for now. Check if there's anything we need to change. Then we're going to come here, and this has different alignments. You can see that this one is different. You know, when we're using text box in the other projects, it was quite different. So we're going to do this. Then when we do this, we are going to align them in the middle, right? Right on. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to start editing it small. Icon spacing, we are not touching that yet. Let's change the icon first. The icon has a cycle. Yeah, it's a cycle that we need. Insert style. This is the box. We are working on the box. And is there any alignment that we need? Aligning to the left is just still normal. It's already on the left. Then spacing between content, we are not touching that yet. So now let's go to the icon. The icon, for sure we are reducing it. The icon was very small, right? Yes, very small. Okay, let's just leave it like this. Then the icon color, we're going to change it to black. Let's just give it a secondary black. Then the content itself color, we're going to change it to text black. Then we're going to reduce the size typography. And we're going to copy the text that is here. We're going to replace it. Okay, so we're going to go back here and go back to icon, and sorry, not icon, content. I'm going to increase it a little bit. And remember, it is all bold, so we are going to think, yes, uppercase, capital, oh, no, not capitalize, uppercase. Yeah, that's uppercase. Then I think let's increase it a little bit. No, that's too much. Then I think it's normal. Yeah. So the next thing we are going to do is the spacing. We need to work on the spacing. So the content on the box, the content spacing. So you see how we position this and the icon spacing. And this is fair enough, right? And this is fair enough. So going back to this, justify content should work, right? Okay, justify content worked. It's just this guy being this guy, space in between. So I'm going to work on this, and I am going to change this text. to, let me bring in, should I bring in, because that thing looks like a body text, not a header. Let me bring in a body text. Let me bring in this body text, and I'm going to put R, I think it's RT1, a R1T, R1T. So you could see that everything is aligned to that. So to show you that it was working, it was just that the spacing, that text was actually quite large. And to make it fair enough, like over fair enough, we can just align it to the right. Then if we expand this, we have this. Isn't that beautiful? So this guy here, we are going to adjust him. Last time we gave him 80, so this time around let's just give him 400 and see. Okay, 400 is too harsh, so let's give him 300. Let's look at the design to see how far it went. Okay, it was actually far, so let's just give it 200. To 100. I think that's fair enough. That's fair enough. So these guys, we're going to have a border at the top, right? So we're going to come here to the style, and we're going to have a border, and the border radius, we're going to have solid. So it has already given it style, so I am only going to add it to the top one. Okay, so you see there it's showing, that's one. Let me open it and see. That's perfect. Okay, so I think there was something that we didn't do here. So this guy, should be aligned to the middle. Let me see if it corrected itself like that. If it doesn't align to the middle, let me see if I can do it from here. Every content should be aligned to the center. Oh no, no, not this. This should take effect from here, and not or should I just, let me just make this, no. Let me see if it took that effect. I mean, I think I might know where that is coming from. Let me make here 0. I make here 0. I come here, I do the same. Okay, so I figured out here and here, in order for it to be in the same line, we have to use padding on this, because here is in the center due to this. Because if, take for example, I do this, it is perfectly at the top, but we can't do that because these guys need to be centralized. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add padding at the top. Sorry, not a linked padding, padding at the top to give it that yeah. Okay, so if I zoom out a little bit, I think they are both on a agreeable line. So we're going to add some small, just a little padding to the top of that. So at least there's going to be a little bit of space. We'll have a little bit of space. So I think we've gotten this. This is fair. This is fine to me. Yeah, except we want to use ruler to start measuring it. So, but this is fine, right? So yeah, if there's any problem, we'll just reduce this a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing that we are going to add is we need to bring in this. So this is not that difficult. We first of all copy this. So we are going to add a body text. So this time around, we're not adding it inside this guy. We are adding it outside. So when I mean outside, you see what I'm talking about. So now, if I open my navigator and open this, if you see this container now, this container and this text, so this text is inside. Remember when I was explaining this, that we have container 1, container 2. This one doesn't have any inner containers because we didn't need it to do something like this. So but this has a container because we had to achieve this. This is separate because this container would not give us this effect. This container, anything that goes down is going down. It can have horizontal stuff. So in order to do that, we had to do this in a container, just like a box in a box, right? So this is a text editor, and we're going to have this, and we're going to paste our text. So I always do paste as text. I turn it on, then I'm going to paste. So I like this thing so much because you can edit a lot of things from here. So we're going to increase the text size. Check. I don't think there's anything we need to edit here for now. Then we're going to go to the typography. Then let's give it 14 is already. Let's give it 18. Okay, 20. What do we have here? We can give it 40. So I think it's going to be big a little bit. We're thinking an header is here, but header cannot do what we want to do, right? Because there's an highlight, and the only way we can highlight is through here. So header can't do highlighting. So that's why we went for this. So still having this, I think we need to increase it to like 24. Yeah, so I think 24 is preferable. Okay, so if we're having 24 here, so all we just have to do is click on this, and we need to do something. I think from here it started from connect had a darker color, so we're going to pick the color of this connect, and we're going to pick it, and we're going to come here and select connect down to here, and we're going to come here just the same way you do in Microsoft Word, custom color. Custom color, then I'm going to put this and save it, so you could see it's good to go. I think it has a little bit of boldness in it, so let's add some bold stuff. We won't use this thing, we're going to use semi-bold. No, that's way too bold. Normal, sorry, medium. Yeah, I think this is it. I think let's give it some nudging, like, okay, I think, I mean, 28. I think 28 does the job. So now this is cool, but we are having a little bit of an issue, right? So we are having to have the we're having to have this here. So how do we correct it? So for this very container, I put in this one, but that doesn't do the job. We would now come and edit it here, and I think this has to do with padding. So I'm going to go to, sorry, margin, not padding. Then I am going to go to the bottom, and I'm going to decrease it, so minus. So I'm going to minus it till I get exactly what I want exactly. So I minused it so that there's no bottom space there. And when we expand, voila, we have this. So let's check our design, and this is, it is seriously perfect, but perfect is worrying it right now. This is perfect, and over perfect is worrying it right now. So let's minimize, and we are going to work on this next section. So this second section looks cool, but somehow a little bit tricky. So we have one here, we have one here. So let's see if we are able to go around that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to have two sections. So we're going to have two sections, and it's going to be something like this. But when we hit this, if you notice, this side is bigger than, this side is smaller than this side, right? And what we need is for this side to be bigger than this side. So how do you correct that, or how do you even do that if you wanted to do it yourself from scratch? So how you do that, it's not that quite difficult. You come to your settings. When you come here, nothing here changes, right? So what you just need to do is you're going to come here, and if you notice, this has 33%. So now if you drop this down, it did not use pixels, it used percent to calculate this. So the same thing here, you can make here and here different in percentage. So if I come here and say okay, oh, this is even in percentage. So here too, whatever you want to do, you can make it in percentage or pixels, especially when you are dealing with separate boxes. And don't forget to always save. So yeah, just remember that. So what we're going to do is we're going to make here, we're going to make here 60%, and we are going to make here 30%. So as I did it 60-30, there was a problem which I guess you guys might have observed. There's a space here, so I didn't complete it. So it's supposed to be 40. So instead of doing that, I would just make here still 30, and yeah, I think 40 would work, because if I make here 70, it's going to be too long, right? Yes, it's going to be too long. So this is it. We have this, and though you won't see it because we've not added anything yet. So don't forget again to always save. So the next thing is I'm going to add an image, because what we are bringing in is an image. So we're going to have, oh, so sorry, not there. Okay, so we're going to have an image here, and we're going to bring in the image. Export, sorry. A good SEO practice normally is you have to name your backgrounds or your text, because if someone is searching, they can use, remember when you are searching for something on Google and you go to image, so it's always good to name your text because that text will be linking to your website. So this is just because of a project, but on your own time, kindly add that to it. So we have this and it sat perfectly well. So that's why another thing is when you are designing, you have to design the actual accurate picture of, if not closely related, so you have a better design. So now I think we can use this, right? We can use this because this is already perfect in its own way. So we'll duplicate this and I'm going to drag it here. So this one already has the intuition of being at the top. So we would just cancel anything, sorry, everything in 0 and cancel everything that we did here. So it's going to look like it's from scratch. So we don't make any stuff that may affect it. So okay, alignment, let's see, it's the button. The reason why I brought it is the button. You know, this button is different from this in a way. And remember when I said Elementor, when you pick a color, it affects the button. So in order to have a different thing entirely, so that's why I'm going with this. And it works as a button because you can put in a URL and it will take you to wherever you want you to take it to. So we have this here. Let's just have this for now. Then the next thing that we need to have in this place is header text and body text. So let's get that done. So we're going to use this. No need to. So we're going to use this and let's check it out. It's a little bit thick. So let's say, you know, we already know how to go about this. Let's just give it around we give it 18. No, wait, no, 18 is too big. Let's give it 16. Yeah, I think 16 looks good on it. So remember, paste as text. So don't worry about, let's copy this. Then we are going to duplicate this. Paste here. So why am I having the feelings it's looking more like a 14 text than a 16? Let me leave it at 14 to see what we would have from 14. No, okay, I think I'm now believing it's 16. I'm believing it's 16 now. So we're going to make it bolder. Let's just use medium. Don't worry about the spacing, we would get back to that. Then on this guy, we need to take the color that was used. We'll copy it because it's the same color that was used here. So we're going to come here, it's a custom color, and we'll paste it there. I think there is so much space in between both of them. Let me check. For this, not too much. Yeah, I'm having that feeling. There's so much text between, there's so much space between them. So I'm going to work with the header, the top one, the one at the top. So the margin, I'm going to work with the bottom. Let me just work with that, and I think that should solve the problem a little bit. Yeah, I think that solved the problem a little bit. Okay, so this one, I think the call to action is learn more. Let me confirm again. Yes, learn more. So we're going to come here. You remember we altered the contents. So we are going to put it at default, learn more. And the icon, we're going to change it to an arrow icon like this. So, and I think the icon is a little bit big. Let's just give it 15. Oh, sorry, that is the box. Sorry about that. Let's give it 15. And I think the icon took the green, right? So let's check that to confirm. Yes, and the text, I think it's a little bit bold. So let's give it, yeah, that works. So now, if you check, it has this kind of spacing from the left hand side to the right hand side, right? So how do we go about that? First, we have to position it in the middle. How do we position it in the middle? So I think we can use space, no space in between, space around, oh, space evenly. No, let's do it center. Yes, center much better. Center much better. Then we are going to give it padding from the left to the right. So let's give it like if we give it 40, let's give it 50. Let me give it 60. Let me see. Okay, no, okay. I think they gave it 50 because that's looking more like a 50. So let's check our design. They gave it, yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah. Accents optional. Okay, let's take it notch 60. Good. Yes. So now this, I think we need to add a little bit of, I think that one we had was a little bit bolder than semi bold. Yes. Then update. So the next thing we need to do is add the next section. So we're going to look at the design, and this next section, it's a little bit tricky as this one, not this. So I think this is way straightforward, right? So we have our text here and we have our button, so we can be fast with this one. So I think it's the same size with this. So let's be fast with this. I think this is doable. So button, we already have button and we already have text. So that's two even sides. We duplicate this. You can drag it here. We duplicate this. We can drag it here. I have issues with this dragging. Okay, let's use the navigator. Here the second container and the button. So it's gonna be okay, more like again. Good. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to do this and we're going to give it space in between, evenly spaced. Come in. Let me see if there's any setting that would affect what I want to do. Let's see. So we check if there's any setting that was done previously. There's no setting that was done previously. So let's go back and it should change. Maybe something I'm forgetting. So let's check the positioning of this. So okay, so what we have to do is I think we would have to change first. We'll make sure this button comes at the end. So we're going to go to the button setting, and on the advanced area, we are going to align it to this other side, right? So then the hover, I think the hover, we need to work on it. The hover should be black, meaning we would have a black background and would have a white text if you hover around it. Yeah. So the next thing is I think the contents on each of the stuff. Okay. We'll copy the one that has remember to click on this. It's paste everything. So put that one back. Then we're going to copy your electric adventure weights. Okay, then as for this, I think it's learn more that is there, right? Let me check to confirm. Learn more, yeah. So what you can do is this is where you put your link. So whatever link you want it to go to, so you can put it there. So now let's check the design to know if we are doing okay. I think the button is at the bottom. It's at the bottom. So let's fix that. So you come to advanced, then you click on end. So if you do this, so we have this. So we're going to give this thing 50. So there'll be a good distance between the top and the bottom. Okay, I don't think there's much space at the bottom. Let's just give the top 50. Let's check this if there's a distance between this and this. The distance between this and this is different from this. So I think this one that we're having here. So let's just give the bottom 25. Yeah, that's going to be half of 50. Don't forget to save. And I think we are good to go, right? We are good to go. Yes. So on to the next section. So this guy, okay, this is tricky. What's the best approach to this? We might take it from 1, 2, 3. This looks like 1, 2. Okay, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And it also still look like 1, 2, 3. But I'm thinking 1, 2, 3 should be the perfect one for it. So the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to add two of these. Let's try the two first. So we're going to add this. Then let's look at the design once again. Okay, so we need the same thing we used here, info icon with the dots, content, then this button will be here. So I think we can get this done fast. Then the background here, we would need this background because of this. So we'll just get this background, export as PNG. Then turn this one back on, just in case you want to export it yourself from Figma. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is, sorry, it's supposed to be 3, not 2. Sorry, 3. My bad. 3. So, and you know how we're going to change this, because this percent is going to be like 33, 33, 33. So all we're going to do is we're going to change all of them to 50, 50, 50, right? Yeah, I'm correct. Okay, yeah, 50, 50, 50. So they are all accurate. So the first thing we are going to bring in the background. Click on background, add this. Okay, so don't worry, we are going to what we're going to do is I'm going to go to position, put it in center, center, attachments, no, repeat, no, then cover. So why we are not seeing anything is because we've not brought in our stuffs yet. So I am going to duplicate, which one should I duplicate? Let me check the design. Okay, we'll duplicate this guy. Let's just duplicate this guy twice because I think he has done a good job. But consistency with this guy is here. So duplicate this guy. Okay, so the first thing is we need to make it white. So let's duplicate before we duplicate it. Okay, let's make it white first. Sorry, I am multi-thinking at the same time. So we'll change this to white. Then we're going to duplicate it. Then here we're going to change this to a dot or cycle. Then let's come back here and check the size of this guy. The cycle, the icon to be precise, 8. Okay, then the text we used here, what size was it? Size 15. Let's check if this is size 15. Size 15 still. Okay, so that is the first arm of it. We're going to change it to white and copy this. Onto content. We're going to transform it to style, no, transform, yeah, uppercase. And the icon color, we're going to change that to white. Then we're going to bring in text. Copy. See that this guy is already showing up little by little. Then we are going to, the color is kind of different. We're going to set the text color to, it's a custom color, so it's the color we're going to use. Then The padding with this one is quite a little bit much. So we're going to do the padding as the top padding. The top padding. I don't know if that's a bit much. Okay. Sorry. I think it has a bottom and yeah, so I'm going to test something. Oh, okay. This is more like the perfect dose of it. Sorry. Okay, this is more like the perfect dose. Yeah. So we have our curves. Our curves hasn't come out well. That oh, sorry. I'm trying to get the accurate. Normally, we don't have to go through this stress normally, right? Let me use the top because the top I need to adjust it very well. Okay, so this is the perfect one. Okay, I think this is almost what we have, right? Okay, we need small paddings from the left hand side to the right hand side of this box in general. So the box in general, there is a padding from the left to the right. Okay, let me just make everything 10. 10 seems fine. Well, let me unlink it and on the left side. Okay, I think 10 seems fine to me. Okay, let's do something. Let's not let this thing control us. So let's give it much. Let's not make it control our decision. Sorry, I have to take you back to 0. Okay, so with this we have an even padding. So even if we could not get this from the image, we can go about it, so it's not something difficult. So don't worry if you lost it. So you just come to styles, come to background border, then border radius, let's give it like 20 to see. Okay, that's too much. Let's give it like 10. Let's see. I think that's fair. That's what it's looked like. Yeah, that's what it looked like. 10. Okay, so we are done with this. You click on update. Okay, so now the next is these pages. So let's take a glance at them again. So we have a box here and we have another box here. So what we're going to do is, let's first of all bring this in. This is more like, this is another container inside this container. So I think first of all we need to bring this guy down. Let's see if that would work first. I think the alignment is here. Alignment, is, yeah, self alignment bottom. Yeah, so self-alignment bottom, we're going to have that there. Then we are going to have text editor. We're going to have this, and I don't know how big that thing is. 32. So 32, let's just say 20 something. Let's say 24. Let's first of all put it in capital letter first, uppercase. Then let's give it 28. Good. I think that's it. That's what we're looking for. Then the body, we're going to change the background to okay. That's something I wanted to try. Yeah, I think it's gonna be possible. So I wanted to, when we are done with this, we'll just copy it and paste here. Yeah. So the next thing is we're going to need a container. Okay, then this, remember, it's always having an edge here. I don't know, titles don't usually have it. I don't know why this thing usually do. So we're going to have here -20. I think -20 usually do the job. Yeah, so we have something, this particular place, we'll come here and put it here because we're going to have two things on side by side, and we are going to, the first one is going to be a divider. Divide, a divider. Then we are also going to have an image because we're going to export that image. We're going to have an image, you get. So we're going to come here and evenly spread it, but don't worry, we're going to fix that soon. Okay, select it, and I think we just make I think on its own like this, it's already looking balanced. So we're just going to make everything in the middle. Then we're going to reduce this a little bit. Okay, so we'll come here and give it some little padding, not too much. Then we're going to give it the background. Looks like something that have a stroke, but I'll check that for sure if it's not the design system. The background, we need to get the exact color. So we got this. Okay, it's a custom color. Then the border, we're going to give it 10. Publish, and voila, we have this. So I am noticing something just now, there is no space in between them. I'm going to come here and the column, I'm going to put 20, and I'm going to put role for mobile 20. So when it's in mobile format 20, it won't show there, but it will. So we have gaps in between. Okay, so I think what I'm just going to do is I'm going to let me duplicate, right? Let's see. Let me duplicate. Then I'll delete this one. Simple as ABC. I don't know why I was stressing myself before. So the next thing is to change this text. here we go. Good. Oh, don't always forget to do this. Yeah. So we have this everything aligned and as smooth as we want it to be. Yes. So even if this top doesn't have spacing, at the bottom we still need to give it 80. Sorry, 50, not 80, because we're using, so give it 50 as the distance. So we go into the next section. This one isn't that difficult. So what we're going to do is just one container and a button. That's all. So this one's going to be quite fast. So we this and yep. So what you need to do is you're going to bring in another container. So this container would have its own background, because what I noticed was this is a section in a section, right? So we are going to add the image here. Yeah, so do all the needful, center alignment, cover, nothing else. Then this is where we're going to add our, we don't need to add, we'll just come here and copy. Okay, so we had an even padding here, so we're going to do the same here. So this thing had an even padding, so we'll come to edit, come to settings, and let's give it 200 by 200. Let's see how that goes. 200 by 200. Okay, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Yeah, to me this is perfect. And don't forget the edges, also known as borders, on the background, right? So we come to the background itself, not the main stuff. Then we come to border. Let's see the image and let's see the border that was given. So okay, still retain the 10 as consistency. So we are retaining 10 because it's 10 we have been using since. So, and this button, I will show you how to make it a pop-up. But normally, if you're using a free theme, all you just have to do is click and go to where you want to go to. Yeah, by adding the link. If you come to the button, by adding the link here. So you click on update, don't forget to update. So the next section. For this one, we might kind of play smart with this, right? We already have something similar that we did here. So let's see if we can play smart with it by copying it, right? So what we can do is we'll duplicate this section, right? We'll take this, then right click, duplicate. What we'll do is we'll just make some few amends because we are not using a curved border. So we'll come to styles and we'll come to border, and we're going to cancel this. And on the background, we are going to delete this. So we are also going to delete this. Let's delete this first. Then we are going to copy this guy because we've done everything here. We don't need to do it again. That's just going to waste time. then we paste. Okay, it's 50%. That's why we're going to make it 100%. So now, don't fear, it looks wide. So we're going to come here and we're going to make the sides. Let's just give it 100 by 100. If not, okay, let's give it by 250 by 250. This is perfect. I like doing things once and it clicks, right? So this is what we have here. Okay, when you expand it out, I think it goes fatter. Okay, let's check what we have. Okay, so at a normal stage, it does not need to be fat. So what we need to do is we need to give it more. Let's take it for 400 and see what if we get what we want here. And let's just copy this so we don't come back here to copy it. Okay, so let's give it 400 by 400. Let's see that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. So all we need to do is the text itself. Remember to paste it as a text, and let's look for where it went faint. It went faint at here. Let me copy the color code at in. Okay, update. It's been a long time we've seen it on our real website, but it has refreshed. Let's see. This is lovely, jovely. This is nice. This is seriously nice, right? So on to the next section. So we are doing this with Breeze. We already kind of know what we are doing. So once you get some certain place done, to do the rest is going to be easy. So the next section, okay, this is where we might fight a little bit. Okay, let's say we can achieve this. It's achievable, right, guys? This is achievable. Okay, this is achievable. I wish this class was live. I would have told you guys to do it on your own. Let me see if you can get it. But well, here we are, recorded. So the first thing that we are going to do is we're going to do one, and I think when we do one, we're just going to duplicate, right? So okay, so we're going to have a container for that 5. It would be a sorry, I added this by mistake. So we're going to do 5. I say 5. We're going to do 4. Then we add this container. Do you know why I'm adding this container? Because we need to have 2 things, right? So that's 2 text. Let me use header text. I'm going to use header text in like forever. So header text is 5, and the other header text is I think let's centralize it, and the other header text, let me bring it in. Okay, let me do this one first, then I'll duplicate, right, to make the work much easier. And here, typography, I think it's medium, no, it's normal. Then I think the size, let's use 14, sorry, 15 is not, so this is going to be around 20. Is that small? Okay, so we're going to try to increase it to, let's give it more, let's say 28. Wow, I'm actually surprised that this number is small. So let's give it this size. 47. That's actually weird. Okay, maybe this is because this is the header. We've been using body text since. True, true, true. So we're going to do this. Then let's check our design to confirm. Yeah. And I think it's a little lighter, something like this. Perfect. So next is we are going to duplicate this, and we are going to have, in the design we had cars here, and we're going to make it like this, right? And we are going to center it to make it center. Then we're going to reduce the size of the cars to, sorry, that's a stroke. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to align both to the middle, and I think that is perfect. So the 5, we're going to check if there's anything like gutter or, yeah, gaps in between. So we would have put here to 0. Let's give it something like 5. Good. Okay, now I'm seeing that both of them look a little bit bold. So we're going to make them not light, normal. And we're going to make this guy here normal. So we have this. So the next thing we are going to do is we can use a divider, but I prefer us using the bottom here to give a stroke. So we're going to give a stroke at the bottom, and that's going to be border. We're going to come to border, and we're going to do a solid. And when we do a solid border, we are going to remove this, that's border width, and we're going to only add it to the bottom, and we're going to add 1. If we release it, let's see what it looks like. This, so it's going to look like this. But the next thing we are going to do is we are going to give it the color that is here. So this is 7. That's a whole lot of 7. So we are going to add the color now. It's a custom color, so we're going to add this. Then we're going to expand it, and we're going to have this. So this is what we're going to have, and we are done with this in less than few minutes. So we're going to complete the rest, which is seats. So this can be a body, this can be a header. So we can have our header here. Let me duplicate this, and I'm going to take it outside. This is so perfect. So we're going to take and copy this. So you know what to do. Okay, you see what I was trying to explain to you that time. We are going to just copy, come here and paste it. Right, so the next thing we are going to do is we're going to make it all caps. Sorry, I'm always forgetting this, all caps here. And let's give it something around 18. Let's give it 6. Let's say 16. Yeah, I think 16 is, it's fair enough. 16 is fair enough. So the next thing we are going to do is come back to our design and see. I think the color of this is different, so we're going to pick the color, and we're going to give it this. So we have this. So what we need to do is we are now going to duplicate this full stuff. We're going to duplicate it, right? So duplicating it just give us this. So you do one and you have it for the rest. So we're going to duplicate 4, and we are going to delete the ones we don't need. So I'm going to quickly replace this as fast as I can. So once we're done, we are going to update. So the next thing is we're going to create a new section. But first, before we create the new section, we're going to make sure if our padding is cool. But yeah, just saying it, our padding is not cool. We're going to have top going to be 50 and bottom 50. So this is cool. So looking at the next section, what do we have? Okay, so this section is a little bit tricky, but not tricky, right? So we are going to have this as an image. This is still going to be an image, nothing too much. Then here too. So we have something like this already. All we just have to do is duplicate it. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this particular one because this is the one that actually looks like what we want to do. We're going to duplicate it. Then we're going to bring our navigator and we're going to take it from there. Okay. Yes. This button is to close all containers because I was like, okay, how do we get there? Okay, we have that. Lovely jubbly. So first we're going to delete the guy in the middle. So after deleting the guy in the middle, if you notice the background has a different color, so we're going to get that color, right? And we're going to use it as background. So we're going to delete this image and we are going to add this color. Then we're going to bring in yet another container. So it's a container inside a container, right? So we are going to have this container and we are going to have an image behind it. So if we have an image behind it, we're going to come here and we're going to export this image. Okay, so we're going to group this just in case you are editing from the Figma file, and we're going to export this as PNG. So after exporting as PNG, we are going to pick our file. It's not compulsory you export as PNG, especially things that don't have backgrounds. Okay, so as usual, what we're going to do is we're going to go to center, then we are going to go to cover. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come here and we are going to do minimum height. Okay, so there's a point it's going to reach, and that's going to be the point at which it can go. It can go further than that. So what we're going to do, because of it needs space, we are going to give it that space. What we're going to do, so I found, instead of us taking the padding from this box here, we're going to take it from the one that is outside. It's kind of weird the way it's done like that, but anyways, so yeah, we're going to reduce it so we have an even space around it. So let's check this. This is nice, this is cool. Let's give it 40 and let's see. It's actually very nice, right? So we might just give the border. Okay, the border is already 10. The border is already 10, so we don't need to do anything there again. Okay, then you click on update. So on to the next section. So we're going to look at the next section, and this is the next section. So this is not too bad. I think we have something similar to this, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yes, we have something like this similar. So we're going to use this section, we're going to duplicate it, and we are going to just I think this one has a larger text than the other one. So let's get onto it. So we're going to come here and we are going to duplicate this. So I wish this has had a kind of send to down. So when I'm using Elementor, I don't think I've seen that functionality. Send to down. No, it doesn't have the send to down. But let's use this to make things faster. Let me see if it's here. Nope. Nope, nothing like that. Maybe if I'll do more research, then maybe if I find it, I'll let you guys know. But for now, this is the only means we know. So okay, we have to still bring it down. Okay, here is. So we are already here, but this one was actually kind of at the bottom, I guess. I think yes, it was at the bottom, so we have to make it at the center with this one, and we're going to make it larger. So before we make it any larger, I just figured out something, that we need to make some correction because the image is inside here, almost like what we had here where the image is inside. So these things are inside here, and even if we put what did they call it, even if we put padding, it wouldn't work. So what we're going to do is we're going to create another one, but don't worry, don't delete this because this one is going to stay. So we would have one of this one that looks simple is not looking simple anymore. So then we have this. So now this particular one now is this container. Okay, this is the first initial container, so we are bringing in a different container, right? So now this container is now the one that is going to carry those two containers. Okay, so now I'm getting to, so I don't get myself confused. So this is it. Then I'm going to duplicate. So now this one now is the one that controls these two. Then we'll align them to the center. Perfect. So we're going to bring him in here, and we're going to bring him in here. Voila, beautiful. Then we're going to come here and we're going to give it normal 50-50 for top and bottom, 50, and and the bottom 50. So we're going to delete this one. So you see why I was actually looking for a way to go about this. So if you come here now and I give my background this color, voila, we have this. So all I just need to do is come here, copy my text. I come here and I paste my text here. Remember to always click this and increase it a little bit. Let's just give it 35 or 30. I prefer 30. It's that thing too big is not from the design. You know, sometimes we can do design differently. Then I think what we need to do is the size is kind of, let's give it normal. Yeah, I think this is fair enough. Then we would also have paddings. Let's give it some padding. Right, I think this is beautiful. Then we would have this, and we would have the item. We'll click on this advanced and we'll have it everything centered. We'll click advanced and we would click here, click advanced, and have everything centered. Okay, I don't think that centered is working for it, so let's click here and let's choose it being centered. Good. Okay, it worked. These children, God of Nazareth. So it worked for it. So the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to edit this to suit. So we'll come to style, then at the bottom we are going to change it to white. I think the design used white as the initial, yes, as the initial one. And if you hover around it, it's going to give us black. Oh, okay. Oh, that's already nice. So we have this already. Then we release it. I think it has nudging, that's curves at the edge. So we're going to give it border settings. So we are going to tap on this and go back to style, and we're going to go back to border, and we are going to give it 100, sorry, 10. Yeah, that's what we've been using for a while now. Then don't forget to save. Voila, and we have this. Yeah, just difference in terms of padding and height, but I think this is fair enough and clean enough. But we can still give it some height. I think the height is a fair bargain, so let's give it some height. So we come back to background, to advance, and we unlink this and we give it a height of that's top. Let's give it 60, and let's give the bottom 60. Should we, let me try giving it both sides 60. Okay, I think this is fair enough, right? If it's more than this, is getting too much. So on to the next section. Okay, so in order to get this section done, I think we just need um, to have control over this. We might need 3 sections. Yeah, so let's get that done. So if you click on Flexbox, we're going to need these 3 sections. Normally, we take this and give it 50, and bottom 15. So why I say three sections is so that we can easily manage the top and bottom of this. So we already have things that we have already been using. So what we're going to do is we're going to just okay, let me don't pick any of it because I don't want any issue with this thing because we've been on this page for a while. So it might be developing issues. So we're going to have this in the middle. Then I think it has something else. Yeah, okay, I think it's more of the logo. So logo text, let's see that logo at the top. So we're going to bring in an image at the top. So don't worry, just delete it and we are just going to have, I think that's black. We're gonna have this. Then the next thing is we are having, yes, a smaller text. So we're just going to duplicate this. I'm always having issues with this guy here. So okay, we know it's medicine sharp. I'm already getting tired of always fixing it. So we have -20 there. I'm always going to the right of the bottom, -20. Yeah, so we have that. Then we will duplicate it as well. So when we duplicate it, we have this. So the background, first of all, we're going to bring in, I'll show you how to use overlay. We're going to bring in two elements. So the first element we are going to bring in is this. Let me just copy, I think. Yeah. Okay, I want to make sure that that is the right. Okay, I want to make sure that's the right stuff. So the background, we're going to get the color and we're going to export the cycle. So we're going to export it here. So we're going to come here and we're going to come to the background, go to style, then we're going to change the color. Since it's a custom color, we're going to change it. So now this logo would have to change to the white one. Okay, then our texts would be white. Text would be white. Sorry, I didn't use white here. So you select the background, then we're going to select a background overlay. So we've not used this since we started, and we're going to select an image. Select it. So we are going to, okay, at this point, this is where I am going to update and refresh this page because I think this page is now having issues. So if you've designed for a long time, you have to refresh your page so that it might get itself back. Okay, so after it's refreshed, we are back. So we're going to go back to the image and we're going to go back to the overlay. Then on the overlay, if you come to position, it's going to be top center, right? Then no repeats. Okay, see, so if because of it was having, it was by default, that's why there were some repeats. So then we can now expand the bottom at least to give it that bottom padding. Then go to advanced. Let's just give it with 100 with too much. No, 100 is not much. Then let's give it no, let's give it contain. Yeah, let's relieve it contain. Let me give it auto. No, contain is preferable. Contain is much preferable. Yeah, you can also have a custom, right? You can also have a custom where you manage the widths and everything. So I think this is what we have, something like this. I think we'll use the custom to, and this is more like what we have. Yeah, this is more like what we have here. So with this guy, we're going to increase it, but we're going to copy the text. We're going to paste the text, and we're going to increase it. So we are going to increase it. I think this is fair enough. Then I think it has a lighter touch to it. Yeah. So we are going to copy this as well. And we're going to paste it here. Don't forget to paste as text. And I think this has a little bit darker shade of color. So we would copy it. And we're going to effect it here. Right. And let's see what we have. This is perfect. So remember, what is going to be at the bottom here is the footer. So the footer is going to be there. I'm going to reduce this background a little bit because when we expand it, it expands, not like the background itself. What I meant is this. Okay, so if we expand this, we have that perfect one there. So this is what we're going to do, and for the next section we are going to make sure it is optimized for mobile. Right, so we've done with web, and we're going to see if it's going to be optimized for both mobile and you can see this is not funny for desktop. I'm sorry, tablets, and for mobile I'm also going to work on it, but some things are already. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to start with the tablets before going to the mobile. So we're going to come here and check the distance. I think we're going to half the distance between what we have here to around 400. Sorry, not everything. And it's doing it on everything. Unlink it and 400. Okay, same thing goes to here. Unlink it 400. Same thing goes to here. Unlink it 400. Then I think here was 70 or so. So we should just give it around. Let's give it 50 because we haven't checked our header yet. Confirm that. So we check for any other thing that's. Okay, every other thing. Okay, here we will just make a little bit of adjustments. So instead of 60, we can give it 30. Right, so I think this is fair enough. Okay, so here is not that too bad. I think here it looks fine. And here I think we can give it some side paddings. Right padding, let's just give like 20. Yeah, something like this. This has not to be like it's too close to the wall. Then we might reduce the height a little bit here. So here was 46, 90, 46, 90, 46. And this is even better without the whole thingy. So yeah, I think this is much better. Then I can adjust this text here. It's around 20. Just and also when you're checking, check if it's something you can adjust. So you don't just adjust it and it does not work for all sides, right? So we can put it at 20 and see. Let's just say 24. Okay, let's try this 24. Almost the same. Yeah, but I think this is much better than the way it was looking before. I don't think we have any problem here. This guy is as smooth as he could be. Okay, this guy, maybe forgetting what this was. Oh, okay. I think I remember this guy, right? I think I remember this guy. So yeah, let me go back to our. Okay, yes. So I think this was too compressed together. So we are going to reduce that. Yes, it was 400, 400. So we're going to reduce that to like on tickets. Don't forget about your 50 at the top and 50 at the bottom. That's top and bottom 50. Then we are going to have around 200. Let's check how 200 looks. Let's give it around 100. Okay, that's better. So for this, I think preferably reducing the text would work more as reducing the large texts. So because I feel it's cool, but that could do justice. Or the second option is, let me show you, let me try this. That's duplicating this. So we'll duplicate this and I want to attempt to delete this one. So it's going to be like 2 per. Oh, sorry. If I am going to do that, geez, I forgot that. So no, let's not do that. If we do that, it not affect the um, it not affect the mobile. I'm sorry, the web, because we're going to delete from both sides. So what I think it would just preferably we'll just reduce the size of the big text. So the big text is it big text. Okay. So let's give it around 40. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is fair enough. Is to make it look more appealing. This is just optimizing the site. 40. 40. Then the ones beside them, I think if we can grant them, let's just say 18. Yeah, so they will not be looking too big as well. 18. Let me see, you can copy styles, right? Copy and paste style. Yeah. Instead of doing it everywhere, so it's got the 18. The same thing we're going to do here, we're going to reduce this to around, this one's already 16. If we reduce to 14, so let's copy, then paste style, right click, paste style, right click, paste style. So we are good to go here. So I think here is even much cleaner. In here, we're just only going to work on the image. The image is where we have the problem. Yeah, so that's all. Just adjust it. In here too, we're just going to work on. So let's try to give it a left and right padding. Let's see if this is going to work. I want to try to, if we give it a left and right padding, the normal top and bottom, we're going to give it the normal top and bottom. See, 50. Okay, first let's reduce it from the container itself because that's where majority of the whole stuff is coming from. So okay, let's give it 30. Then if we reduce this a little bit, let's just give it 24. Yeah, that's looking okay. Then the right side, let's give it 20, and the left hand side, let's give it 20. So that is from the main container itself. You know that there's a difference between the container and the main thing inside. So since we're going to apply that principle to here, we're going to give the container, at least it's going to show that it's, so here is, here is still 50 and top 50. What did I do? 500. So then the right hand side, we are going to have, let's just give it like 20. Left hand side 20. I think this is much better, right? Okay, this guy is still looking good. We just adjust this a little bit. Yeah, that's all. So looking at this for tablets, looking good. Let me refresh. Good. If you come up here, click on inspect and click on responsive. I think responsive is tablet. Yes. So I think we have a smooth, better option for that. Yeah, tablet guy is looking lovely. So what we're going to fix now is going to fix the mobile. Yeah, the mobile need work. The mobile needs work. Some little work to be done. Yep. Okay, let's get to work. So for the mobile, let's start from the very top. Obviously, that 400 is too much. We use 200. Let's use 100 for it, or 150. Oh, 10. Okay, 10 looks exactly what we are looking for. Ten. This guy has never been our problem. Okay, so these guys may have little bit of issues, right? So on mobile, let's give it no. I'm coming. Imagine I've even forgotten how it looks like on web. Let me get the web view. Okay, now I get you. Got you. So let's go back to the mobile. So what we're going to try to do here is, let me see if this is going to work. So I want these guys to be aligned straight up. You get, so yeah. So the first thing I'm going to attempt is making them be in the straight line. But I notice this guy is longer, maybe something to have to do with the roll. So I'm going to come here. Okay, yeah, the padding. The padding is, so I am going to take that, and as for these two, let's see. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, and they are going to both be in the middle. Good. And I'm going to increase the height a little bit. Good. So the next thing is to work on the second side. So this, we're just going to reduce the text because I feel the texts, how big it is affecting it. So let's give it 10 and see. Okay, 15. Let's take it back to 15. I don't think that thing is a text issue. Okay, yeah, got it. So next thing is do we have any issues with this? Okay, this we are going to fix this, right? Then we are going to, okay, there's a spacing. Okay, trying to position this to the center. Let me get to my content. So after playing around with this, because I noticed that there was a space above this icon, and I checked everything here and couldn't find what was wrong. But funny to me, actually something could fix it. So I checked the settings and I came to line height and I just hit one and it did it. So I think the height of the text determined where the position of it is. And I also noticed that here too has that issue. So if you check, these guys are not aligned together, but looked like they are aligned together. So we're going to make that correction there too. Then I'm going to go to typography, then line height, then give it just one. Okay, I think this guy just needed like 6 or something, so at least that is way more balanced in the middle. So there are always hacks to things, but I think if we use the button here we would not have that issue, right? But this still does the job. So here I think what should we do, put this button at the end of this side. Let's check, because I think the button is at the edge, so we're going to bring it here. So I think this is fine, this is okay. So the thing about these guys, I think we should bring them to this side. Yeah, let's bring them to that side. I think it's preferable for readability. So we'll just do the same thing, line height. Okay, so that is done. Here too, we're going to work on the line height. I think if we just copy this guy, right? No, we can't copy, they're different colors, so it's just give us issues. So I can just take the line height from here, so we just use the accurate line height. So we'll just come to content, then we're going to select typography, then 0.6. So we'll come back here and we're going to select 0.6 as the line height. Okay, we're good to go on that area. So these guys are enjoying their life. Let's leave them. Then here, I think to me it's still fair. Should we give it padding? Let's give it padding at least. Let them be space among the sides, right? Yeah, let's just give it padding. You can give it 50 all the way, but let's put back the 50 on the top and 50 on the bottom. Then I think around 10 should be okay. Yeah, 10 should be okay. 10 should do the job. So it gives this feel that there is space within. Then this guy, we would just come to the container settings, advanced. Then we're going to reduce this a little bit. It has disappeared, but it will appear back. We are going to give it normally the top and bottom 50. And let's just give them a little bit of 10, or let's give it 20. Let's see what 20 can do. 20. Okay, not bad. So our guy, bring it here, then line height. .6. I think we are good to go. Then these babies are fine the way they are. Right. So with this, we will just have to, as usual, work on the minimum height. And then it's more like a landscape thingy. So this is how it's gonna look like a little bit. Then we're going to work on these sides. You know, it has a padding on both sides, so at least it's going to give it much breathing space. So we're going to do 10. Let's do 10 and see. I think 10 it's fine. But when we did 10, I think it hit some things. Am I the one? Okay, yeah, it hit some things. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we're going to adjust it a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna add some little bit of okay, so we have that. Then this guy, just adjust it. I think I'm liking what we have here. We'll just tap on it, come to advance, then position it on this other side, and that's good. Don't forget to save. This guy's enjoying his time. Let's see, because I want to see if this guy positioned well. Let's just increase it a little bit. Go to background, go to overlay. Maybe we used width, custom width. So yeah, let's do it like this. Yeah, I think that's perfect. And this guy, we're going to just reduce the font size, nothing too much. Just give it like 12. Yeah. So that's it. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go into Elementor Pro, because in order for us to get a footer. So normally we've done a project where we had our footer and header as a team, right? So we're not going to do that because this is more about Elementor. So we're going to install the Pro. So at this junction, we did almost everything using the free version of Elementor. But if you want to have a header, because if you check our UI has a footer and it also has a header, but in this case you can use the normal thing to do this, but since we don't we're using Elementor and we're not using any other thing aside from Elementor, we are going to use a pro this thing. So and I still feel you would need to have that pro, and when you are getting it, your client can pay for it, right? You don't have to pay for it by yourself, so you can get the pro. Or when you don't have the pro, all you just have to do is use a theme that is free and just go away with the header, right? And if you want to do that, you should come back here. That's come back to your settings and change this from elemental canvas to default, so that your header will be able to show on the home page, right? So at the moment, let me refresh. So this have refreshed by itself. So yeah, so if you remove from elemental canvas, you have your normal header at the top here. So now, how do we install Elementor Pro? So in this chapter, we're going to add our header and our footer. So how are we going to go about this? First, we have to exit this. So how do you go, or where do you see the exit button? So you come here and you can click the exit button. Remember I said you can choose where you want to exit to in user preference. So we're going to exit. So it exited to this stage. So we're going to go to this place here. So now going to the element, the first thing we need to do is we need to, I think we've installed, we've put in the plugin, but we've not, yeah, okay. So we're going to activate, we've already uploaded the plugin, and we have to connect and activate it. So it's going to connect to my account. You can turn this on and turn it off. So even if it's non-sensitive, okay, just in case of any bugs I have. On your own, you can choose to turn it off. So you see it connected to my account. So once it's connected to my account, I'll have this and everything is unlocked. So for this particular project, we are more concerned with the pop-up builder and the head and footer. But we'll start with the head and footer first. So the first thing you need to know is you just come to template and you are going to click on it. So in this part, you are going to click on add new template. When you click on add new template, you could see, remember that we had few things in this place. So we're going to start with the header, and we're going to head, obviously name it header. If you have different variation of your header, you can have header v1, header v2, that's version 1, version 2, so depending on what you want to do. Let's close. Okay, we still need to leave this open just in case we want to check what we're doing. It's going to ask you to choose templates, right? Or we are building things from scratch, so we would build things from scratch. So we're going to say nope. So in case you have someone that sends you header, you can import header from here. So we're going to click on cancel. We're going to build our header from scratch. So if you come to page, same thing. You're going to do this and check if there is anything you need to change. I think there is nothing that needs to be changed. Then you come here and also check there is nothing. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is we would publish, not like publish, but okay, let's build it first, but because we need to save, right? Save to draft. Okay, etc. So yes, there's a functionality button here that you can even save as a template and save to draft, and also it also works with your page, your page builder itself. So the first thing we're going to do is we are working with our design, and the first thing is the header. So this header is quite simple, it's not a complex one. We have our logo and we have our menu, right? So all we have to do is come here. I think we need just two, right? Click here and we just need two. So we're going to come here and we're going to search for site. You could see once we install the pro, everything is already here. So we are going to just take the site logo. It's already white. And we are going to bring in the menu here. If you click on this, we're going to bring in the WordPress menu. So when you bring the WordPress menu, let's start with this first. First of all, I'm going to make this background black so we see what we are doing, right? Why I'm making it black is the background that we're going to use that's here. It's not like it's transparent, but for now I'll make it black so that I can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to come here and on the style, I'm going to make it black. Okay, good. Now we're seeing what we're doing. So I'm going to select this and edit it. So check full resolution, obviously, no caption, no URL, site URL. So the site here is supposed to, like when they tap on it, it's supposed to take us back to the main site URL. So the next thing is we are going to go to style, and we're going to bring the logo to the left hand side. Then we're going to come down to check if any other thing is missing. For now, I think I still like the logo height. I don't have any issues with it. So same thing here. I think I don't have any issues with the logo for now. So we're going to leave the logo and we're going to come to the menu because this is where little work needs to be done. So we're going to first of all choose what kind of menu. You know, we have our main menu and we have our footer. So it's our main menu that we are after. So we have, remember, we have contact, product, and everything. So we will check everything to make sure we are good to go. So in order for us to see what we are doing, let me just close this for now so we don't get confused. We are going to, on typography, on default, that's normal, seeing it on normal, we need to make it white. Okay, first move. Then on hover, you know the whole hover thing. So on hover, we can okay, I think I still like what it chose, but I think it chose the accent color instead of the primary color. Yeah, so we're going to choose the primary color. Yeah, so I think this is fair enough. Then on active, say we are in the home page, the active would have this color, like say we selected the home page, the active would be on that particular page. So this is what we are doing. Then don't worry, I know that this is not aligned yet, but I want to finish everything about this. So we'll come back here and see aligned to the center. No, we align not to the center, to the right hand side. Yes, align to the right hand side. Then let's see what other settings. Underline, should we keep it underlined? It's not in the design, but I feel you can check the different settings. There's the over line, there's the double line, there is framed, like framed, you could see. So it all depends on what you want. And there's text, just so you could see different kinds of glow. I think I'm falling in love with let me see, shrink. No. Okay, yes, just shrink it. So you can play around everything, but let's just stick with shrink. So I like the shrink, like you're actually pressing it. So let's go with shrink. So next thing is submenu indicator. Yeah, obviously it's going to be this. Submenu means if there's a submenu under it, it's going to indicate. So this is the submenu indicator. Then we're going to have mobile drop down. So if we come to mobile, say we are coming to tablet, see tablet here, we'll set this one, but you know we have to finish desktop before coming to tablet. So we have these settings here, and yeah, let's first of all finish for the web, then we can come back to the tablet and mobile. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to check active. I think everything here is okay. The typography, yeah, it's too bold. Normal, yeah, it was too bold. That's too bold, and I think it should be 14. It's already 14. So what else? What else? What else? What else? I think. Oh, sorry. Drop down is for the mobile. I'm going to go come to that shortly. Then the toggle button. We will work on the toggle button shortly. I want to just check if there's anything that we need to do here again. Okay. For now, no. So what we're going to do is we're going to align this in the middle. We're going to align this so both of them are in the middle. Then we can use this because I feel they're already aligned, but this will just give it proper alignment. You're not supposed to have anything at the edge. Okay, so we're going to publish because we need to see it. So in the publishing, when you want to publish, you are going to ask for what condition. So we're going to add the condition, and we are going to say entire site, right? So you can put a single site. It has options like, okay, I want it to be in a single site on a particular page if you want it, but this time around we are doing it entire, and you can include and exclude. Say, okay, I want it to show in this page and I want it to show in this page, right? So, and yeah, you can have different headers for different pages. That's one thing with Elementor, very versatile. And yeah, entire site, save and close. So we are going to view it here. So we check if everything is correct. So we're going to refresh this. Oh, yeah, I remember this is a canvas. We're going to move from Elementor canvas to a normal view. So we are able to see what we are doing. And the good thing again here is we are able to edit the header from a page. I'll show you what I mean by that. So what we're going to do is we're going to come to our settings here and check if everything is okay. Then first, remember I told you that we can, let me go back here. So I told you that we can save as templates if we click here. So there was no much activity to do here. That's why I didn't really put our mind to that. So yes, going back to this, at the bottom, we would put that default. Then we're going to click on updates. So you could see we are having stuff here. So I wanted to be very sure we were on the same page, right? We're on the same line. Yeah, so we are on the same line. So we this is it. And let me click on preview. So you can close this page now. You don't need it anymore because we can directly edit from here. That's the cool thing. So this is it. So now we are going to be warming up to creating our header. So I think for the so if you see, because of we are in the home page, it is showing active home page, right? So if you move to any other page, it will show that particular page. So we're going to edit the header from here. To edit the header, all you're going to do is just click on header. So that it switches from what we have to this. So now we can continue editing what we want to edit. So now let's before I turn it black, if I remove the black, we need to change this. We need to check the desktop view so we don't make any mistake. Okay, so now we're going to come back to the container and let's give it the normal view first. So we just set things here, then click on edit. Okay, so if we come down to toggle, um let me change it first so we could see what we are doing. So you can check these settings depending on what you want, but at the moment aside is better because if you tap on it, if you check its center, this is it. If you change it to aside, this is it, right? So the next thing is the hamburger. You can click on none. So on the mobile is going to be the same thing, but doesn't make sense. So you're going to click on hamburger by default. So it's going to be on the, yes, on the, obviously on the right. And depending on what you want to build, sometimes some person's menu are in the middle or at the bottom, depending on the design you are working on. And this is the default one. You can choose various and even upload your. So sometimes when you see some site and you see that the menu is, literally designed in a funny way, right? So you can actually do this. So I think then hover. So on hover, I think I am getting I'm in love with this shrink. So okay. So then still the same. Then on active the X. So you see the X there, that is for active. So same thing if you have a design where it changes. So yeah. So you click on updates. I think we are done with this section. Then the next section is this. So this is the main menu. We do not need to touch this for now. Then this is the drop down. This is the toggle button. So the toggle button, we need to work on it first. The toggle button, we'll change the color to, I think our primary color is better, so or white. What do you guys think? I think this is much better. So just give it that green effect. So if you now toggle it, still the same green. So this is our toggle settings. If you want to make it bigger, you make it bigger, border width. Well, I think this is fair enough to me. Then drop down. This is where we now need to, change some certain things. So drop down has same thing on hover, on active, depending. But for mobile, this may not really matter, but still we just need to fix it. So the background color, I'm thinking we should go with this black. Yeah. So then if we go with the black, the text by default, let's just use what we no, the text by default is going to be white. So let's do let's click on it so we see what we are doing. And typography, let's see if okay, this thing to normal. Okay, so there is no border, we don't have any need for any border. Horizontal padding, these ones are okay. Vertical padding, this is okay. We don't need to change anything there for now, but I don't think we need to change anything after. Yeah, so the next thing we are going to do is on the hover. So if you hover around it, the text background, so if you hover around it, this is the hover, and the text would be black. So see, normal stuff. Then I think this should not change. Okay, normal. Then active, we have the background to be like anyone that we are currently on active. If we have an active, then the going to be this. So we're going to save and preview what we have. Okay, so we're going to click on this. No, we are not here at the mobile on yet. So we're going to click on responsive. Responsive, why are you? Okay, let me do it at one. Sorry, at 100. That's weird. Okay, it's here though, but I don't know why it has to, slide to the left. But anyways, the button is here and you can see it. Let me close it again, open it. So, hover doesn't really work on what do they call it, mobile and all those stuff. So it's gonna behave a little bit like this till you click on whatever you want to click on. So these ones, because of you are not on their page, so that's why it's not that active. So you're gonna close this and yeah. So the next thing that we are going to do is we're going to, I think for the tablet we are fine. So let's check for the mobile. For the mobile, I think it did not like us being stacked. So for the mobile, we're going to just do it like this. Okay, so for the mobile, in order for us to make it align, so what we're going to do is we are going, apart from making it aligned to like horizontal angle, we need to make sure here is 50%. So how do we go about that? Remember this guy. So we're going to tap on the container itself and we're going to change this to percentage and we're going to impute 50 and we'll come to this other guy too. We're going to change it to percentage and we are going to hit 50. So we have this and we are good with this. So now the moment of truth, how do we get this guy underneath here? So let's toggle this and let me toggle this to see. So normally you can make your button pop up, right? So you can make a button a pop up button if you want. So but that is another, that's where we go to pop ups, right? So yeah, I think this is cool with us. So we're going to go back to we're going to go back to our desktop view and we're going to remove the background, right? So let's remove the background and before I remove the background, I feel our minimum height needs to be adjusted. I'm coming. I think if I do this, yeah. So let's do this. I think this just makes it looks more sleek and not too boogie. So now let's turn off the background and the moment of truth. How are we going to do this? So first to turn off the background and then when we turn off the background, next thing we are going to do is this is the transparency. Wait, okay, I thought my background was disappearing. So yeah, down hover to, there's nothing on hover. So now what are we going to do? We're going to leave this guy here. So the distance, we're going to save. We're going to come back to our page. You see it's easy to switch between the header and the page itself. So when we go back to the page, we are just going to select this and we are going to, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to hit on the container settings and we are going to go to advanced, and what we're going to do is we're going to drag this to the top, like to the very top, right? So how are we going to do that? We're going to use margin to do the job. So we're going to do margin, and we're going to do this, that's 50. So let's give more space to this. So this particular, let's give it more space. Let's give it like at least 100. Yeah, at least the space in between will be fair. No, I think that 70 was nice. That 70 was nice. Wasn't that bad? Right. So we can actually see it to see if it's bad or not. Right. No harm. So we have this. I think it's too close. We're going to give it that 100. So just tap on this, then we're going to give it 100. Then update, refresh, and I think this is perfect. Yes, I know we are missing the logo. We're going to fix that shortly. First, we're going to go back to the header. If you tap on here, we are missing our logo. So one way to just easily access our logo is to come to the container, the first container as a site logo. I'm going to go to the Z index to here. So when we go to the Z index, we're going to click on it and put 10. So the reason why we are doing this is because Z index mean in terms of stacking order, right? This one was like this background was on top of it, so but we are trying to tell the system that this logo comes ahead of this, right? So that's why we're going to do the Z index. So, and if we click on save, now we have this. I think this is lovely, and if we check our UI, we have this. The thing, in your own choice, you could give it more space, but this is what we have here, and I love this. Okay, so yeah, I think the next thing we are going to now battle is the footer. If we check our design, so this is our footer, not too bad, and it's kind of cool. So yeah, so what we're going to do is we are going to exit as usual. Then when we exit, we are going to go back to templates. And when we go back to templates, we are going to click on add new templates, and now we're going to come to footer, and we are going to name this footer, and we're going to click on create template. So we are building it from scratch. So now what we're going to do is this footer is actually kind of simple and direct. So what we're going to do is we're going to check on our design, look at it once more, and like okay. So to get it right, so we don't make that mistake of boxing, we have the main box and we have an inside box, right? So we are going to, that's one container and another container inside that is carrying the elements or the widgets. So let's get that done. So here we go. We're going to use, I think we're going to first of all have one widget that is, I think, going this way, right? So now then we're going to have a container inside. Good. So now this container that we have inside, we can have, I'm trying to see which is going to be preferred, whether I'm going to just have one line or something. So let's try the menu. We're going to try, let me see if this thing has a footer. No. Let's use the menu. Right. So, and it's going to choose footer. So for the footer, I think we need to add more stuffs to it so that it can at least look cool. So I'm going to do that. Let's just click on publish, add to condition, entire site. This is fine by us. Then we are going to click on view live sites. No. We are not viewing live sites yet. We are exiting. So the reason why we are exiting is we want to, I want to edit it in the main home page, and first of all we need to add some menus, some random menus. So how are we going to go about? Go to appearance and go to menus, and we're going to select main footer. Okay, we're already in main footer. Then we just want to add a bunch of menus from our design. So just terms, privacy, cookies, legal recalls. We already have privacy policy. We can rename that to privacy. And go to posts. So one of the easiest way to bulk add menu, because I need a faster way to do this. So I'm going to go to customize. I'm going to leave here. We're going to go to menus. I'm going to go to footer menu. We need to change this thing, this name, because I'm even confused. So let's just name it footer main. Because when I say main, I'm getting confused. So we're going to click on add item. We're going to go to pages, and we're going to just quickly add them. Legal. I think so, right? Let me check. Okay, we have terms. Let's add terms, cookies, legal, recalls. Let's add legal. Terms. Cookies. Recalls. Okay, so we click on publish. Then we click on, we go back in. Then we are going to go back to our home page. Then we are going to click on edit with Elementor. So before I even go to the footer, I would copy this color because we need this color. Then we are going to just come to the footer and click on edit footer. So immediately we get to the footer, and we're going to close this, bring this here. So I want to edit the container, the main container setting. I want to add that color so we know what we are doing. Good. Then see it's the continuation of this. Then we're going to click on edit. Then we are going to make everything white. Okay, I think what we're going to do is we are going to pick from, should we pick from the header settings to make our job quicker? Okay, no, let's just do it, but I think that would have made the job quick. So for now, we are going to center align it. It's already here. It's already here. So after center aligning it, we are removing this. I think we use text and we use shrink. So then we're going to turn off, because we're not going to use for mobile. We're not going to use what do they call it? This widget. So we would turn it off, none. So we would not have, like when you shrink it to mobile view, you see what I'm saying. I'm just going to put it at none. Then we are first of all going to change that text icon, menu text icon. We're going to put it in white so we see what we are doing. Then the next thing is we're going to the text to, we're going to change this to normal. It's already in 14. But let's check our design. I think it was smaller. Let's check. Okay, it wasn't smaller, it was just lighter. Okay, the color is not pure white. So let me pick one of the color. Okay, this is the color of the text. So because I know it was looking a little bit different. We're going to apply it. Okay, now it looks more like the main deal. Then the next thing we are going to do is this background. We're going to give it a color. So let's pick the color of the background. Then so this background, we are going to pick a color of it, and we're going to give it this. It's a custom color, so we're going to give it this. Then we're going to give it some minimum heights, right? It's not supposed to. Okay, we're going to use padding for that. Let's just use padding, but it's supposed to take it from both sides. So let's just give 40. No, 40 is too big. Let's give 20. I think 20 is fair enough, right? And this one would have top and bottom padding. That's the container itself would have its top. First time I was able to get that top right, 50 immediately. Yeah, then this one we're going to give it a curve. You know, remember the curve that it had, that we also call it border. So we're going to give it the border of 10. I think we've been using 10 right from day one. So let's see. Yeah, curved like the way we want it. So the next thing is, yes, let's finish up the settings of this. We are going to have the hover. Change the hover text, then active, whichever is, when it's active we're going to just have an active color. So I think we are done. Yeah, I think we are done. So one thing is that there's a space, there's a gap stuff here. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, This one is kind of different. Let me see if there's a way to change it. I doubt. So let's just give it, let's just keep it like this, because it's not like we cannot do this. Doing this, if we want to achieve this, we would have to create boxes, and like for example now this text, we have to create like 1 2 3 4 5 boxes with, and it's not even up to 5, and we have to have arrows in between, and that would take us if we want to do that. But I prefer having a menu, the main menu itself. So if you want to achieve that, you can achieve that. The way this is, you have text. I think, let me give a better example. The way this is exactly. So once you have this, you have your dash, you have this, you have your dash, you have this, you have dash, and I just feel, yeah, UI sometimes are right, but for this case, I think this should be the best option to go with it. Yeah. So we would have this, and I want to pick the color of the text as come to active, copy the color, and if we come to this, paste. So we have this, the height, you can increase and decrease the height if you want. You can increase, and oh, funny me, so this is it. We can even have this, right? This is nice, this is nice, this is nice, this is nice. Okay, so you see, I'm even learning on the job. So we have this, right? So instead of doing all the whole shenanigans, this is going to be the best option. Let me see if it can go beyond that. Oh yeah, it can go beyond that. So let's just keep it at 20, or should we keep it at 40? Okay, so let's do this. Well, you have it here. Then vertical pad, the padding is just the distance between each other. You get, so we are not doing that. Space between, almost all the same thing, but we are not touching those ones yet. So we click on updates. We come to our guy here. I think we would override that. Okay, we are not going to use this preview. We're going to, the preview, we're going to just refresh, because this preview is a footer preview. So we come to the very bottom, and voila, we have this smooth and easy. So now, yeah, we've done it for web. What now happens to mobile? And so we'll first of all go to tablet and see, okay, how bad is it? Oh, it's perfect on tablet. That's nice. On mobile, oh, I still like this. I reckon with this is not too bad. So we have this, and you can select which one you want to go with. So this is not bad, but the little thing you need to adjust is we need to adjust the padding on the sides. So we are going to give it, so we unlock this top, don't forget to give it 50, bottom 50, then the sides we're going to just give it 20, 20 to just have that clean design. And here we have it. So I think we might later on have to adjust the distance between here and here, but to me I think it's fair enough, right? So if you want to adjust, you can adjust it here. So this is it, and we are done with Elementor. So Elementor Pro actually gave us everything we need, right? Like everything we need. So I bet even some team might not be able to pull this out, and we did not have to install so much. So that's one thing with Pro themes. So let's check if there is anything we missed, and we are going to do. Yes, so I promise I'm going to show you guys how to do a pop-up. Like, normally this doesn't come up with a pop-up by default. So let me tap on this as we are editing on the main one instead of the footer as the page itself. Okay, so what I was trying to say is this particular button, right? Normally, we would have the option, if we're using Cadence, we would have the option to put a YouTube button, but if we can't click on it, even if we click on it, it will take it to a different tab. So when we install the Pro, it gave us option to have so many things, dynamic functionalities, and we're going to show you how to use a pop-up. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about Elementor pop-up. Well, it's a Pro feature, and what we're going to do is we are going to exit, or if you already find yourself in the dashboard, that would be nice. So the next thing is you are going to come to the template, and you're going to still come to, you can come to pop-ups, and you can come to save template, or you can just come to template itself, or we're going to pop-ups. So now, if you click on add new template, you can select pop-up from the pop-up list, or just go straight to pop-up. And we are just going to have this as our YouTube pop-up. You can have several pop-up for several things. So this is going to be our YouTube pop-up. You can have YouTube pop-up V1, V2, V3, depending on the pop-up you want to display on the page. The way I'm saying the pop-up, it's actually funny. So pop-up. Okay, so you create the template. So you can start with several different styles and the rest, but like as usual, we're always starting from scratch. So this is very easy. You don't need to stress yourself or anything, right? So what you're going to do is you are going to just add a single flex box. Yeah, it can be going this way or this way. Let's just keep it going this way, and we're going to add should we add video YouTube? Let me see if Elementor have a YouTube. Okay, it's video itself. So we're going to add video. Right. So we can leave this here, right? Since they already originally gave us a pop-up already. So what you can do is there are several settings you can do for video editor, right? So you can choose YouTube, you can choose whatever, you can do self-hosted video. So if the video is not on YouTube, you have it in your file, and don't make it too big, and the files, so the file can be watched quicker and load faster. Then you can put in a startup and start time. So if you choose self-hosted, it's going to change depending on the settings you want, right? So there is an option to autoplay. When you click it, it starts playing. You can mute it, you can loop at it. When it goes to the end, it just keep playing by itself. Then you have modest branding, so you can add one or two things to that. Privacy mode, if you want to turn that setting on. Yeah, so these are just a few things you can do, and you can have the option to, okay, this is for YouTube. So if you check any one, you can, so what you have here as image overlay is you can have an image that is covering this. This is always nice for you know, that EV truck, right, that we had. We could have used that there, but because of I prefer pop-ups, right, so we didn't have that there. So you can put, in case you just want to have this as a video stuff, but we don't need this. So we already have our video here, and you can come here to save to draft. And when you want to save, like if you want to publish, it's going to tell you to choose one of these rules, right? This is if we are doing a video pop-up. But if you are doing some other complex thing, like, you know, when you come to a page and after a few seconds you see a pop-up, yes, there are triggers and everything here, but for today's project, or for this project, we are only talking about video pop-ups, right? There is many pop-ups, and there are so many different kinds of pop-up out there that you can do. Right? So if you come to setting as well, it has other settings that you want. You can make it full width, right? You can adjust this, so you can, sorry, You can adjust this to have this, and you can choose the position that you want it to, depending on if it's at the bottom. You know, there are some pop-ups you find at the bottom of some stuff, so it depends on what you want, right? So you can have that, and you can have the close button. You can choose to turn off the close button if you want. The close button is there, and if you turn off the close button, you would choose an exit animation style and entrance style. So if you choose the close button, it also give you an option to edit the close button, right? So then if you choose general settings, you can see YouTube and this, so there's no need to change this or do anything. These ones are coming from what do they call it, that add-on, so we don't really need this. Then this is just dynamic content, we don't need to go into that yet. So we come to the pop-up settings. You can have the background, like want to change the background color to something dark, we can choose this and give it this dark color, right? Who won't want that? That is nice. Border, we already know what border does and the rest. So overlay is, we already know what background overlay is, so but we don't need that. Then the close, it can be inside, it can be outside, depending on where you want it to be. So you can have vertical position, horizontal position, then color. Yeah, for the color, depending on what is showing. If I start playing this, yeah, I don't think you would see it. So I think we'll just give it the background color so that whatever we are playing it on is going to be shown. Then we are going to, yeah, we're going to have the color is black already. Then the size, you can increase and decrease it if you want to. Yeah, so I think this is fine. So when you say vertical, you can push it this way or you can push it this way, so depending, that's inside. Then outside, you can push it depending on where you want it to go. But I think this is, we just leave it on default, and leave it on the default, so that is within the inside side. So now I think this is all for here. Your advanced settings doesn't have too much, so you can choose to prevent close or delay, prevent close with escape, you know, disable page scrolling, avoid multiple pop-ups. So yeah, I think this is one button we need to use. Then I don't think with our normal margin and this thing. So yeah, show close button after. So these are more controls for, you know, those pop-ups that you want people to actually see the item and you don't just want them to click away, so you can do that. So for pop-ups too, we have the mobile view, so you have to check for all the views how it looks like and how nice it is, so you see how it is. So we're going to click on publish, and since it's a pop-up for a video, we don't need to do anything, just click on next. Don't do anything, just click on next, save and close, and that's all. So now how do we add this pop-up in our settings? So we are going to exit. We're going to exit. Then when we exit, we are going to go back to our page, and we're going to click on edit. So now how do we add the pop-up? So we're going to come to a particular video, so this particular one, so we're going to select dynamic, and when we select dynamic, we are going to look for pop-up. We're going to select pop-up, and when we select pop-up, we are going to tap on the pop-up itself. We tap on it, and we're going to select we are going to select it's going to tell you all pop-up, but because of we already have we call it YouTube, right? So we only have YouTube templates. So now when I click save, let me click save, and So if I click this, you could see what it did. Right, so this is beautiful, this makes sense. And you can click close, you do your thing. So this, you can repeat this process for every other thing here and everywhere in the sites. So now the next important thing that we need to do is these guys here, they need to actually go to someone, because this product actually needs to take you to this particular place where it talks about the product. Then these features would actually come down to, state the certain features that are on the site, and the contacts will just come to the bottom here. So we need to do that. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that in the next video. In this chapter, we are going to finalize things. So the first set of things that we need to do is, one, we need to make our sites home settings. So what do I mean by this? You're going to come to your appearance and you're going to go to customizer. So when you come to customizer, you're going to come to your home settings and choose static page and select your home menu. So once that's done, you click cancel. And the next thing we need to do is, if you notice, if we click any of these, they don't go to anywhere, right? So we need to adjust this and name each of where they are supposed to go to properly. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go to our page or page. So you can also come directly from here and click edit with elements, but this is our preview page, so I don't want to remove it. So we're going to click with edit with elements. Okay, so when you are here, all we just have to do is name the sections that we need to name. So this particular section, this is where I would start with, and I would call this product. So you come down to layout, then you come down to class ID, and you're going to put in products. So now when you click on products, we are going to come down, and I think this section, we can call this section, you can call this section features. You can start here to call here features. Class ID, is it feature with an S? A feature, not with an S. Feature. Okay, so you have to make sure you know what you write here. It's very important. And the last part of it, we can just call here contacts. So come down to advanced, class ID, contacts. So we're going to update. After updating, we are going to refresh. Then we're going to come here. So now each of these menus, we are going, since they are custom menu, we are going to work on them. So we come to our menu, main menu. So let's start with products, copy our URL, put it, then we're going to put hash products. The same way you spell it, you put it there. Then feature, you publish. Then the last but not the least, contacts. Then you click on publish. We are going to cancel to see whether what we've done is done properly. So we are going to hit the home button. So now if I click on products, you see it comes down to products. If I click on feature, it comes down to feature. And if I click on contact, it comes down to contact. So that is how we create a one-page landing page, a one-page website per se. Yeah. So the next thing we need to finalize on is plugins. We're going to go to the dashboard. So we check for the plugins that have not been used. So basically, these are security plugin. This is a security plugin, and this is an image optimizer. You can, let's start with this image optimizer. So you can connect to start. I don't want to connect it due to it's going to be connected to the license. But once you connect it, it's let me just do it. I can always unconnect it. So if you click on it, connect. Okay. Oh, I don't have a particular license for this image optimizer. Oh, okay. It has a separate this thing. So we would, if you have it, you can use it. But if you don't, just uninstall it. The best practice is make sure whatever image you're uploading is not high. So if you notice, the way our site opens is fast, so it doesn't really load that slow. And if you want to check your site speed, you can copy your URL and you can go to you can Google Sites. I usually used to have that thing on my, just you can Google site speed. Yeah, just trying to remember the URL. So you put in your, and you can analyze it. Also, it can also tell you what to improve and what to do on the platform. Okay, so it gave us 59 performance, so you could check and view everything that made us slow in everything that we are slow at. So you can come down and check your own site and check everything. So, and the desktop open at 64. So yeah. Okay, so the next thing is you can come to next plugin. So the all-in-one WP, this is it. This is for backup. So all you need to do is you can, um, if you want to export, you just click on export. You click on file. You can choose to export to Google Drive or wherever you feel like you want to export it to. Like I said, it's preferable to have different backups on different points from your hosting. So having it from here and different places, so you are safe. So if you click on the export button, sometimes it takes a while depending on how large your site is, while sometimes it doesn't take long. Then you can download it, and when you download it, you can come here when your site has issues or something and you just cleared everything, you want to start from scratch, and you can click on import and it will import it for you. So the next other plugin, security, solid security basics. So this one not too difficult to configure. So you click on setup, then you choose what kind of site your site is. But I think this is a portfolio one press site. Then Click on this, click on next. Your own site, or if you're building for a client, to enforce password security, do you want to secure your password? So it will require them to create a strong password when they are, creating password for their site. That's if you have users. So you check everything, and next, two-factor. I'll just tell you to chill on that. If you want, you can turn it on. Then default group. Just click on next. Yeah. Just click on complete setup. And that's all. You can always come here to play around with things, check things, and test things before you go public. So the next plugin is, I like this plugin. The reason why I like it is, by default, everybody knows WordPress is www dot, like if you want to log in, wp-admin, right? But this plugin allows you, enables you to, if you click on the settings, you can find it in settings, right? So if you click on your general and you come down, so you can change your stuff from wp-admin to /login. So if someone comes to your site and, like, okay, he wants to feel smart, let's say he does this and, like, oh, let me see if this person made mistake, comes here and imputes it, it wouldn't work. It will take him to a fall for error page. So you can design this fall for error page in your Elementor. So it's not taking to a fall for error page. And but if you now put login, so you can choose any word you want to use and it will take you to the dashboard. So you can choose any word you want to use. It does not have to be login, something you can remember as well. Yeah. So the last but not the least plugin is Yeast SEO. So this one has to do with your search engine optimization. So you can go to your first time configuration and you can click on continue. And what kind of person are you? An organization? Obviously, it's an organization. Website name. This logo is very important. You add your logo because it's going to work with Google. So I prefer you adding a logo or something like this or like this. So it's going to be able to read it, or site icon or something. So if you have this, you add it, save. All your social profiles, if you guys have them, you can save and continue. Personal preference, email, if you want them to send you tips, you can just, and you finish. So they don't have so much, but when it comes to you have some settings that you can do. So site features, you can come down and click on some certain things, but majority of these things nowadays are on the pro version, right? So you can come to check and see what you have here. But how you effectively edit this is, take for example, now if you go to your page, if you check there, it's giving us this green thing for readability. Obviously that's why it is readable. What we're going to do is we're going to click on edit. You may not need to go to Elementor itself. So the key phrase in this site is EV truck. Sorry, I spelled that wrong. Okay, so you can get, but this is not free, this is paid. So, and how people would look at this, so this, they pick this as the site icon, so you can choose which page title to show up, right? So you can choose your metadata. If you don't want the information displaying here, you can write the one that you want. And if you want it that, okay, at the home page, when someone opens it, it's not going to be showing. Let me show you what I mean. It's not going to be showing at the top here, home EV truck. You can just come here and um sorry, this is slug. Sorry, not here. Page title, delete page, delete title, delete separator, site title. So you leave site. So when you refresh this and you refresh this, you have just EV truck here. So you can add description. So it's not going to show this. You can add your own description talking about it, and you can use AI if you want, but I think it's pro. So you just do few changes, and SEO is broad. So this project is not about SEO because there are lots of things you can do to optimize your site. Yeah, and the last but not the least, which is supposed to be the first thing we were supposed to do, was create a coming soon page, right? So because of we never knew how to work on Elementor, that's why we did not create it. So if you want to create a coming soon page, you're going to come down to tools. You're going to come to maintenance mode. Then first you have to create one. So we'll open a new tab, and we're going to title it coming soon or work in progress, whatever suits you. Then we are going to click on publish, and we're going to click on edit with Elementor. So we're already familiar with this, right? So all we need to do first is we are going to use a full canvas because we are not going to show our header, we're not going to show our footer, and I prefer us using an image. So right, we are going to use this. Then we are going to look for an image. We can use an existing image or a separate image for it. Background, let's use this image. Then remember, we have to center it, and we have to cover, and we're going to go to layout, and we are going to choose this, and we're going to choose 100. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add an overlay because we're going to bring in the logo. So we're going to bring in color overlay. We add it, and we're going to put the color, obviously the black. And I think this is fair. You can always increase it if you want. So let's leave it like that. And we're going to come here and we are going to add an image, the logo, and you're going to position the items. Every item on the site would be in the middle. Sorry, this is the middle one we're using. We're going to put it in the middle. Then if there is any other thing, I think this is fine. So we can use this, or we can add a text if we want. We can say opening soon, sit tight. Opening soon, sit tight. Then we're going to centralize it, change the color, and you can have this if you want. So yeah, or you just leave it plain depending on how you want to do it. So yeah, I love my stuff plain. So when the client sees it's like, okay, your site is live. Then when you are done, you come back to this page, refresh. Then you can add comments. So don't put it on maintenance. Just click logged in and work in progress. Then you click on save. So if anybody browses with an Ignito browser and just clicks on your site, they'll be welcome with this, right? So yeah, on your mobile and whatever platform you are on. So this is how you create your coming soon page, and you can always deactivate it when your site is ready to go live.